I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. Don't turn all of my stones.
Rock bottom make the man and some pressure make a gemstone. Trying to put $1 to my name like Creflo. Not the boy, late to the game, it's in the blood flow. And I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's IGBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, just gold. Crack no books on the hustle, I was born to grind. Yo, I'm scared of your potential, I'm adorned with mine. 30 times around the sun, man, of course I shine. My legacy will not dwarf with time. And in my daughter's eyes, it's basic, I must not say quit. Every day sees a present like a Rob St. Nick. Walk a fine line between tenacious and patient. I can't slip, I'm fighting clocks and they can't win.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Impeccably I flow, hardest raps you know, breaking status quo, reaping what I sow, artistry like Van Gogh. Get it from my mama, hip so thick that I need tempo. Personality, spicy body banging like a bongo. Cause black women been it since Timbuktu, since Pharaoh. Sponge rollers and hot combs, lips, cheeks and brow bones. If you ain't for the culture, then please stay out of my zone. These little dummy rappers could never grace my headphones. See, I'm from a place in space where ain't no storytelling, you just had to have been there. If you want the battle, ain't no problem, say where. I got so much experience, I can't even play fair. But I'ma keep evolving and growing and hurting feelings and showing you need endurance to go in. I got mileage on this pen, I've been busy cause I've been out here schooling all these kids. Took 3 decades to have this glow up that I did.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. Turn all of my
guys were checking shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Austin.
Chloe, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, Austin.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a-running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. It's so good to see all of you guys tonight and happy Friday the 13th, and we're gonna flow right into Valentine's Day, so I figured I'd mention that too. I'm a much bigger fan of horror movies sad to say, than Valentine's Day. Of course, horror movies are just fun and, just for fun anyway. Oh, that's so nice. Cece. Cece says Sinner mentioned you on his channel today, Lady Freedom. That's so cool. Well, big shout out to Sinner. That's so sweet of him. I really appreciate that. That's nice. I popped in there for a little bit and was listening on the break, because we did a earlier live stream. So I was trying to, go in everywhere, but I sometimes I'll stay in the bushes, because I don't want to get involved in chatting because I'm a chatty Kathy. So I will get to chatting and then I'll say, oh my gosh, I have to put my show on. So and plus I had a lot of back and forth conversations tonight because Devlin was on the local news again. His story was on the news, and it's nice that they're covering his story like they have been, right? Just putting out different excerpts. They talked to a specialist, an expert in search and rescue, and so that was really nice to have the expert weigh in on Devlin's case. So I was paying a lot of attention to that as well. But that's really nice. Thank you for sharing that, CC. And hello, Shadow. Good to see you, Shadow. I'm gonna go back up. I saw Captain Jules is here. Thanks for being here, Captain Jules. And also, I saw Marion. Marion says that there was some foreign DNA inside Nancy's house and took uh, at least a man and a woman out of the house, and they're securing a warrant where they pulled a man and a woman out at a traffic stop near there that might be related. Oh, okay, so it's another traffic stop, Marion? That's interesting. Not sure where the SWAT team went to. All right, rumors of someone being found shot. It's near a house behind Annie's house. Oh, okay. Now, does Annie live close to the scene? I am very um out of whack when it comes to this story. I mean, I've been following it kind of as it goes, but not really in depth. I have not done a deep dive at all. Um, so that's interesting. If the perpetrators or alleged perpetrators live over by Annie, because I was wondering if there was family involvement. Um, cool. So News Nation is the website to go to. We'll definitely do some true crime updates there, Marion, because I mean it's kind of a free for all tonight. I did want to talk about Devlin and the updates there, and just kind of again with the gathering of voices. I think it's something that if people can be reminded of, if you're not far away, even like Kentucky isn't that far, I don't think. I'd probably be the worst one to ask, but if you guys can make it out any of the days for that, that would be fantastic. And thank you, little Miss Sharon. I love the ghosts in the chat. That is so cute. Little Miss Sharon says, I don't do Valentine's Day, but this is for the peeps that do. Aw, thank you for the hearts there. And there's Captain Jules. Good to see you, Jules. And Sasha is here. Hey, Sasha. I agree with what you were saying, Sasha. Jurisdiction is everything, right? So we have a name here, Derek Kalela, a 42-year-old man from Hawthorne, California, was arrested and charged in connection with Nancy Guthrie's case. Wow, that's interesting. So they have made an arrest. Hmm. Yeah, that is a scary one. I mean, it's just a scary situation seeing that guy at her door like that. I mean, that's enough to give you goosebumps. Good to see you, Gail. I mean, that's what monsters are made of, right? I mean, the horror movies, Friday the 13th, and all of, the different superstitions that come along with everything, and just kind of that spooky, scary Friday night, Friday the 13th. But really, it's people that walk among us that are the scariest, that we have to watch out for. You just never know who people are, and it's scary. Good to see you, Gail. Thank you so much for being here. We are Sebastian's and Devlin's army. Thank you, Gail, for all the hearts too. And Sasha says it's interesting that the feds are now saying that the sheriff in Arizona is withholding information. When are these lower level law enforcement officers going to be served? Why is it even remotely acceptable? And I agree with you on that, Sasha. I do. It's a lot of it I think is jurisdiction, right? And whoever is overseeing the case, that's who um is unfortunately going to be the one to hold back or know the most information, or what they decide to share. I think that it rings true in Sebastian Rogers' case. Um, I don't know that the FBI has been involved in Devlin's case. To the best of my knowledge, they have not been brought in. However, that doesn't mean they'll never get brought in, and it's also always kind of at the forefront, right? When it's a someone who has disabilities or someone who is of the vulnerable population. There's a tender years policy with the FBI, and we've talked about it here. I went over it and everything. And basically, it is protecting people who are, either on the spectrum, right? Or they have different, reasons why they wouldn't be able to make it home safely on their own and things like that. For Devlin, I think he falls under that umbrella. For Sebastian, I absolutely think he falls under that umbrella because he was 15 when he poof vanished, right? I hate that. I hate hearing vanished, right? But that's the word that we all understand. Those are the phrases and words we understand. Went missing, right? Even though we know that people don't just go missing, somebody took them. They either decided to go into the woods so far and decide to hurt themselves, or they did hurt themselves some way, right? And they're found that way. Children on the spectrum will, we talk about this all the time, go to water and, not realize that they can't swim, right? At that time, and that was a bad idea. But before that happens, they drown, or something horrible happens like that. But people don't just disappear, so I just hate that, because those are the phrases we're used to: vanish, disappeared, poof. And no, that's not how it works. We have remains, and even after our soul leaves our body, we remain. So it's just crazy when you hear that a child's vanished. I mean, especially like Devlin. I mean, he's a 6 foot tall boy. He's tall. He's a big guy. Um, to just even, we're gonna go over some theories, but I mean, and hey, I don't want to go against the experts, because most of the time the experts know what they're talking about. But I do think that exploring other options is good always. So we'll do that. So yeah, I think corruption at a huge at a level that we're seeing it lately, Sasha, is absolutely mind-boggling, because we just expect that the people that we've elected into office will be doing the right thing. They certainly campaign on doing the right thing, or what we want to hear, right? Because we, the people, are putting these people in positions of power and positions of trust. And yet, once they get into office, it's like, most of the time they do a 180. So it's terrible. And you hate to mix politics, but at the end of the day, politics are the reason why we can get different bills passed. And once we get somebody new into office, we hope they can shake things up a little bit if there's issues, which there's almost always issues. A lot of times somebody will get elected into a bunch of shit too. So I look at it from both ways, right? Because you can be, you know, um, you can have the greatest of intentions. It's kind of like a new detective. I think of about a new detective who's hungry and, who wants to make a difference, and then they get sucked into the, bureaucracy and the bullshit. And before they know it, they're not doing it for the reasons that they um, did it to begin with, right? They just don't, and it's sad. Sasha says yes, but if the case becomes multi-jurisdictional, that should automatically make it a federal case, because the sheriff can't go into other jurisdictions. So how does the sheriff expect to find a woman if she could be potentially taken into another state or country? Isn't it legal for them to go out of his jurisdiction? Well, I agree. So typically, that's what will spur the FBI and or spring them into action, so to speak, right? So, especially with where they're located is like right next to Mexico. So obviously it may be, as, with somebody like Nancy Guthrie, it would be extremely difficult to just take her like over the border and undisclosed place, because it's going to be hard for her to get around, right? There's a lot of factors that come into play, but typically, yes, that's what happens. It becomes either multi-jurisdictional or they take it, because even in Sebastian's case, they did that in the first week. I mean, they called in everyone to help, right? But Sumner County's, had always held jurisdiction. So I'm guessing that there may be something to do. Is it Pima County? You guys correct me if I'm wrong. But if they brought resources in, it still may be under their jurisdiction if that's who's holding the jurisdiction, that is. And that's just in my opinion without, looking into it, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Hello, Bo. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. So what's the sheriff think? She's still in his jurisdiction if he's that closed-minded and wants to keep the case so bad? Wouldn't that ultimately limit his spectrum of thought, and create boundaries? Well, and see, that's what we're dealing with, I'm thinking, with even Sumner County. I don't know that they're I mean, I guess I can't really even disagree with you about them being obstructing justice, because in a way it is, right? In a small way it is. If there's somebody that can do a better job, or if there is a need to bring in federal law enforcement, then we should. But again, even pointing back to Sebastian's case, I mean, the FBI has a $50,000 reward for Sebastian, and they have since the 6-month mark. And yet we still have Sumner County who holds the key to all the evidence and everything else. I mean, the FBI does seem to be assisting, um, but ultimately jurisdiction is held by Sumner County. And so I think that would be the best example of that. So you do? Oh my goodness, Jules, that is so cool. I want to see it. Jules says I have a Jason Voorhees tattoo. Oh Lord, that's cool. That's very cool. I mean, I figured, why you might. That's funny though. I have no tattoos at all. Not one. And I don't know what I would ever get if I did. So if they took Sebastian across the state line, what is Sumner County gonna do? Only the feds can yet they keep him out, and why? Makes you think maybe law enforcement has a stake in it at this point. Well, I mean, I just think it's a pride thing. I mean, again, a lot of it does come down to that, right? Um, in Sebastian's case, specifically, I think that it could be something that because they didn't do a fair and honest, well, I hate to say they didn't do it fair and honest. What I'll say is that because they botched the investigation to begin with, that's another reason why they might not want to hand it over to anybody, for them to see that. You know what I mean? Um, I mean, it's just, I mean, I would be embarrassed if I didn't secure the crime scene, if I let the crime scene become contaminated. Earlier, we were talking about Jean-Benet Ramsey, and how that should have been like remembered, right? Even in a little bit would have helped. That we don't allow for a bunch of people to go traipsing through when we don't know what happened. Sheriff Craddock is smart enough to say we don't know what we don't know, which obviously could make sense, right? Could be applied in the situation. But because we don't know what we don't know, that's why we take all of the precautions that we know that we should take, right? Because we do know that. We know that much. And so that's where, it gets a little hairy, right? It gets a little shady. And then, we're thinking, like, why didn't you look at every option then, right? If you didn't know what you didn't know, then you approach it differently. When you don't know what you don't know, right? When you have more information, that's when you can, zero in or hone in on the possibility. But yeah, I mean, not one of them is probably proud of the investigation, um, or the lack thereof, right? Because they only operated off of one assumption, and that's never going to be sufficient. Yeah, no, I appreciate that so much, Miriam. Thank you. That really helps a lot because I can't keep up with everything, and boy, that case has been fast paced and moving. We have the Bitcoin accounts that have been utilized and things like that. We played that earlier from TMZ, and you know that sort of thing is scary, but it's also, I would think they could track whoever's account that's going to. I just don't know how you could pull something like that off if you're doing any type of account or Bitcoin action, if that makes sense. Like I always thought it was best practice to, well, I hate to say it, but I always thought it was best practice to use, cold hard cash if you're going to do something like that, so it can't be traced. But what do I know? Um, Traffic stop that resulted in a shooting, unalived another creator. What? Came up at what? Really, Bo? Who? Is that none of, oh God. Traffic stop that resulted in a shooting, unalived another creator, came up to it and was shocked to see, okay, not the other creator. I need to read that twice for a second. The body said it was related, but not sure. Poor guy is freaked out by what he saw. Oh Lord, who was the creator? Was it anybody we know? Oh Lord. Mm. My oh my. Yeah, it's got to be a dangerous place to be. Allegedly, someone had a pew pew. Oh Lord. Do any officers live near Guthrie? Oh. Oh, good, Jules. Yeah, yeah. Well, I was telling him that you were looking to maybe run your dogs that way. If they do, they're thinking about maybe a springtime thing. So, I mean, we've been getting hammered away with weather, even here in Florida. Like next week it's supposed to be cold again, and it's like it gets really cold at night. I had to hurry up and run and get socks before I came on the show. Because I don't usually wear socks unless I have to, so I just run around barefoot wherever I go. Um, wow. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah. I mean, it's different when you're there, isn't it? CC said, I saw that, Bo. He's not used to seeing that stuff in real life, so he's pretty freaked out. Yeah. I mean, that'd be unexpected. Um, it's not every day that you got firearms going off and was in, past your head. I can't usually, I don't know that I could use all the words, but it's crazy. All this stuff happens in real life and we can't even say it on here. It's kind of preposterous if you think about it. Yeah. Murder and fries is what monsters are made of. Definitely not sugar and spice. Oh gosh. Well, I mean, they come up with these psychopaths because of people people in real life, in my opinion. Can you imagine not turning the lights on, yeah, in this type of case because of the wildlife? I mean, oh my gosh. I mean, Sandy, I don't know if I could handle being, going there on location like they are. So I'm glad there's people that are there. Um I saw that Dolly was there. JLR, those are the ones that I recognize. I think Bill Harm Betty was supposed to go too. I didn't know. Oh no, Cece. There's many people that are vulnerable for different reasons. Well, that is very true, Sasha. Age can be a factor. And in this case, I think that, Nancy would fall under that, being an elderly woman, with all due respect, of course. So it's, one of those things. That's why I think Devlin was in a location inside. I was wondering about that too. And I want to show you guys the newest news clip for Devlin, you know. Aw, thanks, Marion. Good. I'm so glad. Yeah, we make sure that everybody feels comfortable. If you guys ever don't, just don't hesitate to email me because I've been cleaning out the closet, because I this is not the same community that we were a year ago, and I'm very proud of our community. So I'm glad you're here, and I just always want people to be safe, feel safe and heard here. Um, that's funny. Make it a horseshoe one day. Little Miss Sharon. I just love hearing about the horses. I think horses are so pretty. Yeah, I mean, I think hers was way worse, right? I do. I think the Jean Bonnet, crime was worse. Crime scene. They had way more people in there too. Elizabeth Smart was another one that there was a lot of people in and out, and even her uncle, I believe it was like, oh my gosh, we're probably contaminating the crime scene. Like he had said it out loud, and so people had kind of stepped away and that sort of thing. Hello, Kylie's Nail Candy, welcome in. So yeah, Brian H. Well, I feel bad for that person who had to see that madness. Um, let's go ahead and I'll show that, and then we'll go to Devlin because that way more people will be in, I think. Because I also um, want to go over a little bit of this search and rescue manual type of a book um, that this expert talks about. It's very interesting. So let me see if I could see Nancy. Ooh, I hope everybody just stays safe over there. It's really getting to be a madhouse, you know? Ugh. All right. So 7 hours, 3 hours ago, Pretty Lies and Alibis. Stream. No, I don't want to stream someone's stream. Authorities return to Nancy's house 35 minutes ago. Guys. Uh, who do we have? All right. We are watching NBC. So let me go ahead and copy that. Oh, this is 4 days ago. I don't want nothing from 4 days ago. That said 35 minutes ago. All right, hold on a second. People do go nuts. I mean, it's like let's be careful, you know. No, no, he didn't find a body. I suppose somebody was unalived at the scene is what I heard. And I don't have a picture of Miss Nancy to put up here. I feel bad. Um I just haven't covered her case a whole lot. I just thought it was interesting some of the techniques that people were using to, um, you know, figure out the case. So the latest, okay, I don't want to stream snipe Mr. JLR here. He's down there. SWAT team active. Who's this? Maybe JB, but I don't think I could do it even if it's a bigger channel. They're gonna take me down. They'll take me down to Chinatown. Okay, let's see. We don't want to do that. 3 days ago, no. Oh, let's see. Surely there's got to be some kind of new news here. Let's see. A lot of it's live right now. Okay, so breaking news. One person detained in Nancy Guthrie's case. Okay, people are actually live watching this. 7 hours ago, new demands. Okay, so we knew about the new demands. All right, here's one from 3. It said it was earlier. Okay, yeah, this is absolutely 3 hours ago. There we go. We don't want anything old. All right, so just give me a chance to add this. All
right, let's continue the conversation on the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. We have standing by here former FBI undercover operative Eric O'Neill. Eric, we've been getting questions in from the audience. Let's start here. By the way, anybody who wants to send those questions in, the QR code is how you can do it. Let's start off with this first question from Danny. He says, they keep saying they don't think this is a professional. Then why has it been so hard to find them or Miss Guthrie? Wouldn't they have been more sloppy? What do you say, Eric?
I think there's a number of reasons. Everybody was saying that this looks very professional until the video from the Nest camera came out. And I think a lot of people saw the individual come up to the camera and try to hide it with some foliage that he pulled out of the yard, going back and forth. Many think that if that was a professional, they would have done a better chance of casing the house. But I'm going to agree with you. Whether they're professional or not, they did a very good job of evading law enforcement for 13 days now, including all of the might and investigative power of the FBI. And they didn't leave a lot of evidence behind. Now, we've just learned that there might be some DNA that was recovered from the house. There's not a lot new on that or that we've learned. Maybe that gives us a match, but I'm going to agree that they've at least acted professionally if they're not.
So do you have to be in a database in order for unidentified DNA to be matched with somebody? Do they have to be in the system somehow, some way?
Yes. So if they run that DNA and it doesn't come up for a match, that means that that person is not in the system, which would mean that they've never had the occasion to donate DNA by being arrested or otherwise. Now, they can use it to match against other things. They found a lot of gloves lying around. I'm not sure if people just discard gloves around that area, but assuming one of them belongs to the perpetrator that's in that video, it's possible that there could be a match. And there are also plenty of other things that the FBI and local law enforcement is going to run down that they are not going to tell the public. So I am certain there is other information, other leads, and other clues. Some of it may have come from some of the amazing tips that apparently they're receiving from the population that they're running down and could bring them a little closer to the finish line.
Let's ask you a question that I bounced off of Jamie a moment ago. Marco asks this, and I think it's an interesting one. Has IT forensics been able to trace the origins of the emails being sent to TMZ? TMZ has been receiving emails from somebody who claims to know who has Nancy Guthrie.
Well, hey, I think Marco is asking a valid question here because I'm wondering the same thing. I mean, even if they know which Bitcoin account that's accepting, whatever funds, ransom funds, then, why can't they just trace that and then Bob's your uncle? Whoever's behind that account or is that I'm not as familiar with Bitcoin, as you can see. Sasha says, well, law enforcement is still on the street. She went missing from as she's hanging on the block. I mean, I hear you on that, Sasha. I hear you, girl. I mean, what the hell's up with that? Everybody's like chilling outside her house. Like that's, because I'm guessing maybe they're thinking, that's where the action's at. Maybe they're thinking it's someone who lives in the neighborhood, who could have been within walking distance or something like that. But like, what about a getaway car? How did how did Nancy get out of the house? Again, I mean, chicken or the egg, but no, it's okay, Bo. I know I feel bad because like I just don't want to like play Justin's stream while he's streaming. He might not get upset because he's a sweet guy, but then again, I don't want to chance it. I was over at Justin's before and he was talking about it. Yeah, I think everybody's been talking about this case, it is a hot topic of conversation. And I just hope they find Miss Nancy Guthrie. I feel very bad for her. I feel bad for her family. This has got to be absolutely horrific for them, and if they had something to do with it, then fuck those guys. But night court. But yeah, it's not okay. Poor lady, she needed her medication. She hasn't had them. I'm just wondering how they got her out of the house. She's not a small lady. I mean, did they have a car waiting? What's the deal here? While the sheriff hasn't left her house for 13 days, Craddock is still in the common area in Sebastian's. Oh Lord, I hate to laugh at that. And I know you weren't joking, but I mean, you're right. You're right. We haven't gotten past that common area, and Sasha, that's what I was saying earlier today. I'm like, how can we figure out where Sebastian is now, though? Even if we like say forget it, okay, he didn't make it home. He did, right? He was handed off somewhere on the way home from Texas Roadhouse. He made it home, and then it's the 3 a.m. lights, right? Or quite possibly Katie did something overnight, something happened, and in the morning, something transpired where she drove him because she did leave the house, and pulled out of the driveway and left, right? So I mean, we have to, but that's still not a lot of room for error, and it's still not a lot of room to go anywhere far, or to do anything, in terms of hiding Sebastian if something bad happened overnight, right? A handoff is still a possibility. But again, I just don't know very many cases where somebody decides to wait until 6 o'clock in the morning, to do what they're going to do, and as the sun's rising, and the hustle and bustle of a Monday morning, and there's just so many things. Yeah, we have to think about, means, motive, opportunity, and time, and how much time, it would have taken for Katie to do something, right? Um, I'd be so unnerved if so many people were outside my house. Yeah, no kidding. Me too. Oh, definitely. Jules, I don't know how effective it is. Um, I mean, we've seen it kind of work out in the past, but I'm thinking the same thing, like, what are they waiting outside for? I mean, what's hopping in the neighborhood? There must be something popping off in the neighborhood other than, that's the crime scene, the scene of the crime. But um again, where could Nancy Guthrie be, and how did they get her, out of the house essentially? Because I mean, I'm guessing he um you know dismantled the camera, or did something to um shut the cameras off, and so maybe they don't have footage of her, leaving the house with him. But for one guy to do all of I mean, was he parked outside and carried her out? Nobody saw that. I mean, I don't know. Everything's so close around there too. Um, Oh, okay. So cryptocurrency is stored in a cold wallet. I'm sure it could be traced when a withdrawal is made. Okay, so we'd have to wait till somebody withdrew that money. Okay, thank you, CC. That makes sense. But otherwise it's just sitting in there. And then I mean, the minute somebody tries to spend it, I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't trust that. Apparently they think she's in the house still. I don't know. Guess that they think Sebastian is under the neighbor's car. I don't know. Oh my goodness, Sasha. I mean, sometimes it makes you wonder, little Miss Sharon. I know it's like if when all of us are covering it, it's gotta get old, unless there's a fresh perspective on it. But I do think it's interesting. There's some breaking news. It's tough though, because I don't want to, stream it right from one of those other lives, because I don't know, they might shut us down. Someone at the SWAT scene took off in a white van. They chased him and pew-pewed himself. Oh my. Oh my. Oh, that is getting really ugly. That was Dolly that saw it? Oh. Ah, yeah, that's a lot. Golly. It's just too perfect for just one person, right? Yeah. I mean, I just don't see that guy being able to carry everything out, and what was in his backpack, That was weird too. Um, unless, gosh, I hate to speculate like that, but I mean, even say, ugh, if he had like a bag or something, I don't know, a bag in the backpack, but I think they might have additional video, that they haven't released to the public. Oh, probably so. Probably so. they would have to go from one to the next to decrease the chance of getting caught. Yeah, I mean, I would think that they would have had to, was she, does anybody know if she was actually reported, like how long before she was reported? I saw that they put a timeline out, but I don't remember what the details were there, because I understand that they probably didn't realize she was missing until, she missed something or nobody could get a hold of her or something like that. That's typically how it works. Um, but yeah, so this guy's asking, has IT forensics been able to trace the origins of the emails to TMZ? Why is TMZ being emailed rather than the Pima County Sheriff or the FBI? I think those are both great questions.
They also ask, why is TMZ being emailed rather than the sheriffs or the FBI? From an FBI perspective, though, Eric, how can investigators track something like an email? Is something like that trackable?
It certainly is. Email can be tracked. It's not easy if the criminals used countermeasures to try to hide their identity using the anonymity of the dark web, for example. But there is a way to track an email. It just requires different opportunities. Each time you send an email, that email has metadata. It has had to get from you to its delivery through different servers. And what the FBI can do, even if you use a VPN or different cloaking techniques, is continue to track back through the servers. The problem here is that
Okay, so even if you were to use a VPN, right, to mask, your IP or address, it's still using multiple servers to get to whoever you're sending it to, the email that is. So that's interesting. Metadata is always huge with these IT situations.
there are very few communications, only a handful. And whoever is sending these emails has been very careful not to overly communicate because each opportunity of communication gives the FBI a chance to continue to track back to the origin. Here, I am not certain that these are legitimate ransom notes. I'm starting to feel like they might either be a smokescreen sent by the individuals who abducted Nancy Guthrie in order to divert time and effort by law enforcement, or they could be a scam by an opportunist that is trying to cash in on a tragedy.
Yeah, so I think both of those are valid. It very well could be someone who's trying to cash in, right? Because the ransoms didn't come until days after. And thank you, Sasha. Sasha says very quickly, Nancy was taken at 2 a.m. and she was reported missing that morning. So that's very quickly. So the perpetrators would have had to have gotten her gone, I mean, very quickly. Um, they might have even had a change of plans. But I do think that, you know, based on this information that we're getting, again, with TMZ, it does kind of, and I don't mean any disrespect to TMZ. I'm just thinking that it's an odd place for someone to be communicating through TMZ, as this gentleman is pointing out, that the more communication that's back and forth, um, the more likely. Then again, maybe they don't think that, they're going to be easily tracked to TMZ. I'm sure TMZ gets billions of emails a day. So just very interesting how all of that works and how they may trace this back.
If it is a kidnapping, then typically what the kidnappers would do is try to get paid by communicating, by negotiating. And if they are sophisticated, there are ways to do that through dark web message boards and the Tor network and other very technical ways to hide your identity that they could have deployed.
And to Marco's point, he asks, why is TMZ being emailed rather than the police? Would something like that be indicative of somebody who perhaps would fall into the category of this might not exactly be adding up?
Yeah, it's a good question. And that's why I am starting to think that this is a smokescreen. It gets broad attention. And once you get to TMZ, I'll just say it, has put out way too much information. I wish that they would be a little more circumspect in what they're talking about and what they release without first contacting law enforcement. But that's what happens when this information gets out like that. And it gets out broad, it causes everybody to talk about it and immediately identify this as a kidnapping. If I were the criminal and it was an abduction or something more sinister, and I wanted to divert law enforcement's attention, I would try to posit it as a kidnapping.
Okay, and that's irresponsible on the part of TMZ, right? They should be absolutely corresponding with law enforcement first and foremost, and not just blasting it out, in my opinion. Um, and I agree, Sasha. Sebastian was reported missing extremely quickly, and then we have the 3 a.m. to 6 a.m., right? Or even 7 p.m. to 6 a.m. It's not that long of a time frame. Not much time at all. It would absolutely, at this point, in my opinion, and I've always said the premeditation, but I have to also continue on with that, because there's no way that this wasn't planned out, or we would have found Sebastian. I mean, there's not enough time for mistakes to be made if this was a spur of the moment, accidental type of a situation. And that's my opinion. This had to be very well thought out and planned. um Her pacemaker did lose signal. I do remember them saying that. Cece, thank you. So Miss Nancy Guthrie's pacemaker lost signal with her phone when she was taken away from it. And so, again, there's multiple ways. I think that they give you like a little box or a monitor, and it gives your numbers to your doctor, right? And then it's probably has an app or whatever. I don't know, because I've never had one of those, knock on wood. But and I'm not as familiar, but unfortunately it doesn't, track you or anything like that. It's just when you're near the pacemaker, it does send signals over, in that fashion. So Canine Jewel says Nancy Grace said that the reason he was emailing TMZ is because the emailer said he doesn't trust law enforcement. Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. That makes sense. I mean, I can see that that they were emailing TMZ out of mistrust for law enforcement. And maybe law enforcement could track them more quickly than through TMZ. And especially when TMZ just blasts the hell out of the information, that doesn't help. Why hasn't Craddock asked for any geofencing? Why didn't he ask for a dash cam? I wonder if they have some of that information, because I know they did do geofencing. But the dash cam, I would imagine, because, or I guess it was a you know, detector, um, law enforcement detector or whatever, radar detector. Um, so I mean, I think that they probably have it. I don't know how valid it could be, or you know, whether that's something that law enforcement um did their due diligence on. Because again, I think they missed a lot of opportunities for some of the evidence they could have collected earlier on. Um, so okay, so about 2:30 she lost connection with the pacemaker, or her pacemaker lost connection with the app on her phone. Sasha, there was a geofencing in the backyard. Well, they did that Faro technology, that with the Faro camera in the backyard. I believe that was on day 5, if I'm not mistaken. Because I actually had to go back and look and see what that was that they were doing. Um, TMZ lawyers should have put a stop to some of the things being released. I think so. I think that would have been the responsible thing to do. I knew what you meant, Bo. George fencing. um, well, Tex said that all she can say for sure is uh, it was planned very confidently. Oh, okay. I know she also did some weird video on the green hoodie thing, and I was like, I think this lady's off her rocker. um, but I still think she does resemble the green hoodie, you know. Um, it makes me wonder. I think law enforcement, for whatever reason, decided to get a hold of that green hoodie and quite possibly, so maybe the public didn't, but then again, it's just odd. I think it's odd to do, a crash for cash at a child's vigil or a gathering of voices. Either way, it's not okay. Um, that is, of course, if she is being paid to do it. If she's not being paid to do it, then it just makes me wonder about what other motives would exist. Because money is the root of all evil, but that action is quite evil, in my opinion.
Yeah. So we did get a new statement in from the Pima County Sheriff's Department. I'll read this. Looks like we've got some new people joining. Let's just reset here. This is their latest investigation update that they sent out, and they just sent this out this evening. They say, good morning or good afternoon, media partners. The Pima County Sheriff's Department and the FBI continue to work jointly on this case. Our strong partnership is critical. We remain fully committed to this collaborative investigation to ensure consistency and streamlined testing. Evidence requiring forensic analysis is being sent to the same out-of-state lab that has been utilized since the beginning of this case. This decision was discussed with and agreed upon by local FBI leadership. Several gloves have been located during the investigation. The closest gloves were found approximately 2 miles from the home. Reports that a glove was found inside the residence or on the property are inaccurate. All collected evidence has been submitted for laboratory analysis.
Okay, guys, so I did hear that from other people that the glove was found in the house. The glove was not found in the house. Hey, Valley Gal. And so that was false, right? Just speculation. And there's going to be a lot of that, especially because there's going to be like telephone, between everybody that's down there, even, on the scene, I would imagine. But it does appear that they have found a glove a couple of miles away from the house that's been sent in for processing.
DNA, other than Nancy Guthrie's and those in close contact to her, has been collected from the property. Investigators are working to identify who it belongs to. We are not disclosing where that DNA was located. What is the significance of unidentified DNA being found in or around the scene?
It's potentially the second biggest break in the case after being able to recover the video from the destroyed Nest camera from Google and Nest's cloud. And so if that DNA does come back, as we discussed earlier, with a match, then that can be incredibly useful. But it can also be used, because it's in the home and they don't know the origin, to test against persons of interest when they have tips, and establish a link between someone that they have other information might be their suspect and entry or presence in that home.
So I'm getting a good question here. Heath sending this in. Again, talking about the lab piece of this. You just heard in the statement from the authorities that they're sending the evidence that they're collecting to a lab, and it's the same lab that they've been working with. Last night, there was a little bit of reported tension. And it's sad to say because the focus of this investigation is obviously finding Nancy Guthrie. But some of the reports that came out last night were alluding to the FBI not exactly, or at least federal agents, not exactly being happy with the fact that some evidence might have been sent to a private lab instead of to the FBI. Heath asks, what are the differences between two labs like this? Do you get different results from something like an FBI lab versus a private lab, Eric?
No, I mean, all things being equal, the FBI lab, their forensic laboratory, is probably the best in brand across the world. That's what the FBI does, top tier.
I would say, if this ever went to trial, I would want the FBI to be the one to handle it rather than a private entity. That's just my opinion. A private lab, right? Because they're talking about now just the differences between the two labs, which I find to be interesting, a little different. In my opinion, I'd want the FBI all the way, because I wouldn't want a defense attorney coming in there talking about, chain of evidence and yada yada yada.
Don't know the local lab, how excellent it is, but I am sure that there are DNA experts there that know exactly what they're doing. Sometimes the difference can be time. You can get a more rapid test through the FBI lab, but not being able to compare apples to oranges between the two labs, it's kind of hard to form an opinion there. All things being equal, it would be faster and probably better to send to the FBI lab, but I was not part of this decision making. And I understand the grumbling that always happens with these sort of cases. What's critical is that the FBI and local law enforcement work together in tandem, because I've been saying all for the last number of days, for the last 13 days, this is a mad sprint. While investigations often take time, you don't have time when someone's been abducted, because every day, every minute really matters. And so there's no time for shoving and pushing. And, the FBI and the sheriff's office have to work together because they need all that manpower to run down the thousands of leads that they have.
Boom. What's this guy's name? O'Neill. O'Neill's got it right here. We don't have time to, have a pissing match. We don't have a time to have a pissing contest. We don't have time to sit back and forth and who's going to handle it, right? Come on, time is of the essence. That is very disheartening, in my opinion. I think that when something like this happens, it should be all hands on deck. Everybody should be helping equally and working together. And, I think that's where a lot of our problems lie, and it's interesting too, Sasha, that you said that earlier, just, what's going on is the sheriff's office not working together, not wanting to work together. So I'm just going to assume they know more than me and believe these people are still in the neighborhood, I guess. Sasha, no, I'm with you, girl. I'm with you. I mean, I just think that, here's the here's the thing. I think they're at the house collecting evidence, and I know it probably seems like a lot, 13 days. Um, but I would rather them do something like that, and you never know, they might be setting up um like a command center there as well, in terms of trying to maybe get, if they're going to get a call in or something, there could be a reason, because if they're calling TMZ, maybe they're going to call over by Nancy's at some point. But I hear what you're saying. It's odd that they're um focusing in where she went missing instead of kind of fanning out, because again, she is not there. Obviously, I would think every clue that they could have collected, they would have. So yeah, I'm with you. I think it's a valid question. So yeah, thank you, Bo. It's Miriam, it's hard to put everything together. You know, I thought that the FBI trumped all other LE. They do really, because they are a federal, arm of law enforcement. And they typically do, but whoever holds jurisdiction in that area, so it sounds like the Pima County Sheriff's Office are the ones that hold jurisdiction. They do have to invite other law enforcement entities in, unless there was evidence of Nancy being brought over the border of Mexico, for example, or brought over the border of Arizona, even, interstate travel. Once they could, um, once there's evidence of that, that's when the FBI could step in without being invited, and that's the best of my knowledge, on that. I'm sure there may be other circumstances that might also come into play, um, but again, with people that are, vulnerable, I would think that there would be more urgency for the FBI to step in, especially if we're looking at a private lab versus an FBI lab. Because again, you could have a great defense attorney that comes in there and talks about chain of custody and how the private lab isn't part of law enforcement, and that could be a major issue, moving forward. And it could make or break a case too. So you just never know.
I was reading, and a lot of people online and a few news outlets, including Fox, have said that there was some movement from a SWAT truck, a mobile command center to be specific. Is it worth tracking every little movement from every SWAT vehicle that might be in the area, or could something like that actually be fairly significant?
I think we need to stay away and let them do their job. Gee, I mean, that's just me. Sorry, I just had to pop in with that.
Well, look, if SWAT is moving, then it means that they typically have someone they're interested in. You don't send SWAT unless you are concerned that the individual could be armed and dangerous. But tracking every movement of every police vehicle can be incredibly frustrating. It's very typical that investigators don't tip their hand to the public or anyone else. This case has an abundance of information that's been presented to the public. Another commentator had a great idea that one reason for this might be because in a world of social media, so much information gets out there, and providing more information than you otherwise would can help prevent a lot of conspiracy theories from occurring, especially as the days tick by. But at the end of the day, the investigators are very careful to only provide information that they absolutely need to. And I think a lot of the information that we have seen is purposed in order to get the help from the public. You release that video because you want someone who might recognize that person. And it's amazing what you can recognize. You might say, oh, that's a guy dressed head to toe in a mask with gloves. But if you know him, you might say, wow, I recognize the way that person moves, the way.
That looks like the guy Bob I used to work with though over, here or what. Yeah. I get what they're saying, and I think it's important for us to get a description of the perpetrators, right? That part is, very helpful for the public to understand and know who we're looking for, right? Because people can be extra eyes and ears out there. So, I mean, this is the description that we have right now. And thank you, Joel, so much. Most of the time, most of the time, the original investigating agencies have to invite outside entities most of the time, but not always. Yeah, and I appreciate that information because that's the best of my understanding. And then if they know that maybe there was something that went into the because it becomes a federal jurisdiction if they go over state lines or something like that, or if they find out it's trafficking or something to that effect. I know there's a handful of circumstances, but yeah, typically, unfortunately, in some cases, fortunately, I suppose, they have to be invited in. Um, so, and Sebastian's not in the office either. Right. Right. There are a lot more civilians than LE. That's very true. Yeah. And I think that's why the public becomes such a valuable asset to, um, helping with these cases. And, also, hey, I'm not saying this guy was, silly enough to walk into a Walmart and buy his whole, outfit, but I mean, sometimes they are, sometimes they buy it all in one place, or a Dick's Sporting Goods store that has everything like that. Those bigger, stores. What was the other one I'm thinking of? Bass Pro, where they sell all of that kind of, holsters and backpacks and outdoor stuff and masks and, all of that. So, I would definitely be looking out for that. You never know. I mean, they're saying that it's an Ozark Trail hiker backpack. I don't think so. At least it wasn't the one that I saw that they posted. I'm not making that match, but I could be wrong. So we are looking for a male perpetrator, allegedly approximately 5'9" to 5'10", so not incredibly tall guy. Average build, right? Wearing a black 25-liter Ozark Trail hiker pack backpack. Let's take a look and see here. Black 25-liter. Whoops. I'm sure people have Googled the hell out of this. Ozark Trail hiker pack backpack. Ozark. And that is Walmart brand. Hiker pack backpack. All right, let's take a look and see. I did not see a logo on it. This one's a black 25-liter. Is this eBay? Okay. Well, apparently this is on eBay, but I didn't see the logo on the backpack, but it does look to be the same material. I'm gonna take this down really quick and just show you guys what we're looking at over here. This is the black one. They do have a gray. Can you guys see that? It's a cheapie. It's only 23 bucks, $24, I guess. But here's what it looks like. And I mean, I will say these reflectors do appear to be the same. Now, they could have blacked out the logo right here. As you guys can see, there's the logo right here, and it is flat. So maybe they blacked out the logo. And 17, yeah, that way. I mean, and he had it full, whatever he had. Now, I do recognize this part. There was a mesh side. That's the other side, right? And you can see the mesh here that you can put like a water bottle in, or, you know, even your phone, something like that. So, well, the FBI can take the case over if it's a kidnapping. So what's really going on here? Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't even know if they I mean, it's got to be an abduction. But then again, it could be for ransom. They could be holding this poor lady hostage. So, yeah, I just find this to be very interesting. So I wonder, because you could see these two right here. Now, when I'm looking at this version of it, it does actually look very close or almost right on. The only thing, like I said, I didn't see this part and I didn't see any zipper. It looked to be smooth on the outer edge. So just so you guys get a good look at that, because I don't have a side-by-side view of that. Let's see if they could show us again in here. Oh, okay, they're not going to show us in this one. All right, we'll just have to play that out, and I'll have to grab a picture of that bag. Give me 1 second.
He swung his arm. You know, that look in his eyes, I know who that is. And that has worked in other cases, including most recently the Brown shooter case and the Charlie Kirk shooter case.
So let's get to a question from Paul. Paul has an interesting one. Are satellite images able to be investigated of that residence at or around the time of abduction? Is that type of technology feasible?
Yeah, that is a good question. And because we think that the FBI and law enforcement can do a lot of things that unfortunately they can't, and they certainly couldn't do when I was running around undercover. And one of those things is receive satellite image on demand. In order for those satellite images to be available, and a satellite would have to be tasked, it would have to have a camera that can scan the area. And that is something that takes time. So no, the satellites aren't going over and constantly just watching everything, and then we can pull the footage later. I wish when I was working undercover in surveillance, if I could have pulled a satellite image on demand and tracked my target that way, it would have made my job a lot easier. But good question. It's sometimes important to dispel the myths and prove the reality of what law enforcement can and can't do.
Yeah, we appreciate everybody who's sending in these questions. If somebody has a question, there's a likelihood a lot of people have the same question, by the way. Waru in Wildwood asking this: why didn't they pay the ransom and then track down who got the money? In order to answer this question, you got to know a little bit about how Bitcoin works, correct, Eric?
Certainly. So Bitcoin is cryptocurrency.
Okay, so I want to hear more about Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, but I did find the backpack. So let's look at the backpack. I feel like Dora the Explorer. All right, here we go. Here we go. See how it's, can you guys see that? Okay. So see how it's smoother, and I mean, they could have like blacked the logo out, but I think there would be some way to see that. And then there's no zipper, but we do have the mesh, I think, on either side of this. But and then again, it's smooth. There's no pocket. Let me show you the one on eBay again. See, that other one didn't have a pocket that the perpetrator was wearing. This one has a pocket. I mean, it absolutely had the mesh. Looks like on either side of it. Yeah, I don't know. They almost had me with that. I just don't know that that's a match. You know? So, all right, back to Bitcoin.
And cryptocurrency is not anonymous. That is another one of those misconceptions. People think that if it's cryptocurrency, then the minute that you send the keys from your wallet to another wallet for that cryptocurrency, then it's gone. The fact of the matter is that cryptocurrency, all cryptocurrency, and Bitcoin is a kind of cryptocurrency, exist on a public ledger called the blockchain. So let me use a quick analogy. Imagine a massive bank with infinite lockboxes. And each of those lockboxes has cryptocurrency. And the key to that lockbox that prove that you own that cryptocurrency that everyone can see, because everyone in the world, in the public, can see what cryptocurrency is and what lockbox, is sitting in your own personal wallet. And when you move cryptocurrency from one lockbox to another, you give that key over to the new owner. Now, we can't see who owns the wallets. We can see where the cryptocurrency goes. So if the family had put $6 million in that cryptocurrency wallet in Bitcoin, if they have transferred their keys, presumably to the kidnappers, the FBI would have been able to follow the cryptocurrency keys as they moved wallet to wallet. And the game there is to catch the final movement of that cryptocurrency where it gets to a wallet that is tied to a regulated bank and turned into cash, because at some point they want to spend it. Those wallets usually have to have an identity tied to them, and it becomes a very big game on the dark web to chase the transactions faster than the criminals can move them. So
Okay, so that's where they're able to kind of fly under the radar using cryptocurrency, moving it around. I get it now. And of course, they would have to tie it to a bank account in order to take it out. Very informative.
why didn't the family put $6 million in? Because whoever owns that cryptocurrency wallet and was sending those ransom notes to TMZ and radio stations and TV stations that are local was not providing a proof of life or any information, apparently, that would lead the family to believe that they actually had Nancy Guthrie. If they believed they had Nancy Guthrie, I suspect that they would have put the $6 million in, but you run the risk of completely losing that money and not getting anywhere in the case. So I think this was a little bit of a game of chicken to see who blinks first. We went past 2 days deadlines where they said that if you don't pay, the worst thing in the world would happen. And it's been crickets since then. So I suspect that these aren't legitimate ransom notes.
I got one more for you, Eric. This one has to do with the FBI. I believe Matt has this one ready for us. Let's pull it up. This one coming in from Oz in Indiana. Why has the FBI not gotten a federal court order taking over the case and evidence from local authorities? What would it take for them to even consider something like that?
Yeah, right now it would have to be some sort of cross-jurisdictional requirement and a legal requirement that would allow them to come in and take over. And look, the FBI wants to work hand in hand with the locals. Right now, it is a local case.
Okay, guys. So this is where we're getting into the nitty gritty of it. So Sasha, these are, those are good questions that you were asking earlier too. And, I mean, this is something that is probably very common in many, many cases, right? Where the FBI would, wants to work with local law enforcement, and it does hang in that jurisdiction, even if the FBI is assisting. And we see that in Sebastian Rogers' case as well. So here we go.
Typically, in these sort of very high profile cases, the local law enforcement will ask the FBI to come in, which I understand happened, and then will turn the case over to the FBI and work under the direction of the FBI on their own recognizance. They make that decision to do that because they have the local jurisdiction for the case. Then the FBI takes over because they are the experts of these sort of cases: kidnapping, ransom, abduction. Here, that hasn't happened. My understanding is that there's grumbling on both sides, but at the end of the day, the two agencies are working together. But no, the FBI can't just swoop in and take over the case. I know that happens a lot in movies and TV. They would need a court order to do it. There could be some federal pressure, but they would have to file that case, win that case, and there's no time for that. Right now, the important thing for every investigator is finding Nancy Guthrie.
Eric O'Neill is a former FBI undercover operative. Thanks for the time tonight.
All right. So that was interesting. Very, very interesting. So guys, I do want to switch over. Yeah, Sasha, I just don't think that that's the same backpack. I hate to be like nitpicky and be like, there's no pocket. But I just don't see any pocket. Let me take down our Fox guy and put up our, because I did not make this into a video tonight, but I will. Let's see. We are at Wood 8 News. Miss Susan Samples, right, is doing has done now 2 broadcasts about Devlin Tate, and this is going to be the newest one. Let me go ahead and take this down. Now, Devlin Tate has been missing now for, here we go. All right, Devlin Tate has now been missing for 10 months. 10 months too long. And here is his missing flyer. Please share this out, guys. Poor Devlin. He does not get enough coverage. He just doesn't. And he hasn't. Valley Gal says, I understand the law. What I don't understand is why would national news stations and other national well-known persons walk away abruptly regarding Sebastian Rogers' case? I think that's a good question. I think it was more so they were heavily involved in the beginning in the initial search efforts. And then I believe that they were kind of in the background. And I could be completely wrong with this, but I think then at the 6-month mark, they put in that $50,000 reward. And I think when they did that, they were kind of showing that they were still involved. But again, just with them holding, not them holding jurisdiction, Sumner County Sheriff's Office holding jurisdiction, they would have to be the ones to actually turn the case over. And unfortunately, I don't ever see that happening. I mean, I would be shocked as shit if that happened. I just would be. I would be completely shocked if that happened. Um, so Cece says, I think they're waiting on ransom for someone. Crypto would be less risky than an actual in-person drop off. Oh, for sure. Yeah, because they know that that doesn't work. You know, um, absolutely. And if they were looking to do an in-person drop off, they would have been, contacting a family member on the sly, right? And saying, you best bring this money here and don't be late, and don't call law enforcement, don't mess around, right? Usually ransoms are made, you would think that Savannah Guthrie would have gotten one or something like that, someone who had the means to pay it. Um, something like that. So, yeah, Sasha, I'm with you. I'm with you, girl. I think the backpack is just a tad bit off. I mean, not far off, but it definitely looked like the same material and everything. Let me go ahead. But that's the kind of stuff I live for over here. I love looking at things and finding the details and is this the same, and stuff like that. I like going over that with you guys. I'm glad you enjoy it too. And so let's look into um Wood 8 because I want to read you guys the article too. They always put little different tidbits in the article. Um, so let's look it up here. Devlin Tate, Wood 8. Let's see, 6 days ago, 2 days ago. 2 days ago? No, today. When was today? No, we're on the 13th. Well, it came out around. Okay, here we go. Breaking news. All right, hold on. Where's our little thingy here? All right, let me take this down. Just bear with me here.
Devlin Tate was 18 years old when he vanished last April from the village of Lake Odessa in Ionia County. His family is still searching for answers to where Tate is, hoping for any new tips or leads. Target investigators Susan Samples has been digging into the puzzling mystery for a special report set to air Sunday after the Super Bowl and Olympics.
Okay, so this is an old one, but we'll watch it anyway. Let's just watch this real quick.
Somebody knows something, somebody saw something. I wish they would come forward, whether it be to us or to law enforcement, and tell them what they saw, what they heard, what they know.
It's not just Devlin Tate's family that's hoping to reignite efforts to find him. The Ionia County Sheriff's Department, for the first time, is talking about this investigation, the evidence, what it suggests, what they're still trying to figure out. And Target 8 has obtained 911 calls from this investigation, the police reports, and video of Devlin Tate. Watch Missing Devlin Tate. It airs after the Super Bowl and the Olympics. I'm Target 8 investigator Susan Samples.
Okay, guys, so that was not the video obtained from Carl's. It actually turned out to be the video from Bob's Barn. And we've known and watched and seen the video from Bob's Barn quite a few times, and thank you, little Miss Sharon. Thank you so much for the prayer hands and blue hearts. I mean, it's just devastating knowing that Devlin's been out there. Um, it's very sad. So just bear with me here and me popping up in your guys' face there. Yeah, because I'm surprised this didn't come in like that. Um okay, here it is. Yeah, this is February 13th. Okay. Okay, so we got an ad really quick. Just bear with me. Sorry, guys. Give me just 1 second. I want to get through this. All right. So let's go ahead and share the screen here. Okay. Make sure you guys are good on that. Okay.
There is a renewed call for tips tonight in the disappearance of a West Michigan teen. In April, it'll be 1 year since Devlin Tate vanished from the Ionia County town of Lake Odessa.
Tiger 8 investigator Susan Samples took you inside the search earlier this week, and she has the latest with a message from detectives on the case.
The Ionia County Sheriff's Office made clear in our report earlier this week there have been no confirmed sightings of Devlin Tate since he vanished from Lake Odessa last April. Now,
okay, guys, so no confirmed sightings of Devlin. There have been sightings that have been called in, but none of those sightings have produced any results in finding Devlin. Right? They don't have any video footage of him walking throughout the neighborhoods or anything like that.
they're asking again for your help, especially if you live in one of the towns where he had friends or family.
It was not abnormal for him to make long distance walks. You know, he would walk to Barry County, he would walk to Eaton County. It was not abnormal. Walking to Hastings was normal for him.
Among investigators' theories that Devlin Tate had an accident of some sort along one of his walking routes. Detectives know he had been trying to get to Vermontville to see a girl. He had friends in Nashville, and he grew up in Hastings, adopted by his great-grandmother, who still lives there. That's why, if you live within this area, detectives have a request.
Okay, guys, so really quick, this is the area, right? We have Lake Odessa. That's where Devlin lived with Tamara, Sabrina, and Will, and the little guy, right? And then they just told us a piece of information that I've never heard confirmed to me. Hello, Kiki, welcome in. That I've never heard confirmed is that they have information that Devlin was supposedly walking to Vermontville to meet a girlfriend. Now, when I spoke with Devlin's pastor at the church that he would go to, he went to a couple different churches, but one that he often went to was with Pastor Marilyn at her church, and she had said that Devlin was super excited to meet a girl at the park, right? At Swifty's Park in town. And that was Easter Sunday, the day before he went missing. Now, police are saying that he had plans to meet a girl in Vermontville, right? And that's where his girlfriend lives, that had come into the chat and said, I'm Devlin's girlfriend. She's been in the comments before. I'm Devlin's girlfriend, right? But she wasn't really supposed to be seeing Devlin. And that's the only girl that I know of that he was traveling to Vermontville for. So I just want to kind of back that up a little bit and play it again here.
In Hastings, adopted by his great-grandmother, who still lives there. In Nashville, detectives know he had been trying to get to Vermontville to see a girl.
Detectives know that he had been trying to get to Vermontville to see a girl. I never heard that before confirmed.
Devlin Tate had an accident of some sort along one of his walking routes. Detectives know he had been trying to get to Vermontville to see a girl. He had friends in Nashville, and he grew up in Hastings, adopted by his great-grandmother, who still lives there. That's why, if you live within this area, detectives have a request.
Be vigilant, be aware of what's going on, pay attention.
Tate's family is pleading for help, too.
I want to believe that he is here, that he is with somebody that knows something.
Devlin Tate was 18 when he failed to return home to his grandma's house in Lake Odessa, where he had been staying. He was last seen on a surveillance camera the morning he disappeared, April 21st, walking east through the parking lot of Carl's Market in Lake Odessa. Early on, investigators.
Okay, guys, so he was seen in the parking lot walking east, and that's the last time, apparently, that anyone saw him on camera.
Investigators thought he may have left on his own. He has a record of misdemeanor crimes and a court hearing scheduled for the day after he disappeared. He'd also mentioned trying to get to Arizona to live with his birth mom, but detectives said there's been no sign of him anywhere.
The fact that we are still here with Devlin does not bode well for, Devlin's, safety and security. But again, we still hold out hope that we can find him, alive.
If you have any information, you're asked to call the Ionia County Sheriff's Office or Silent Observer. Coming up at 6 o'clock, we check in with a search and rescue expert known worldwide for his research to get his take on the search for Devlin Tate. I'm Target Date investigator Susan Samples.
Okay, guys, that's Miss Susan Samples there. I wanted to see if possibly they had a news article underneath here. I guess not. Let's play this one. Or is this the one we just played? Okay, this has to be the one we just played 6 hours ago.
When you're this comfortable,
hold on, we're gonna have an ad.
You win when you save $600.
We will have an ad to go through here. All right, sorry about that, guys. For a recliner, lovely. All right.
Is weighing in.
All right, here's the expert.
A search and rescue expert recognized worldwide for his insight is weighing in tonight on the case of a West Michigan teen missing now for nearly a year.
Devlin Tate was 18 when he vanished from the Ionia County village of Lake Odessa last April.
Target 8 investigator Susan Samples takes us inside the investigation. She did that earlier in the week, and now she's back on the case tonight.
Detectives are still asking for your help, especially if you live in Ionia, Berry, or Eaton counties. Devlin Tate had friends or family in all three and was known to walk between them. As we near the anniversary of his disappearance last April, we turn to a search and rescue expert for his insight, but we hear first from community members who've been trying to help.
A possible matching subject on Johnson Road. For that missing person, I had a passerby believes he was sighted just walking north on Jordan Lake past Tupper Lake. How do you know that it's him?
I'm sitting right here. He walked right in front of me, and I've been seeing posts about him for like a week now.
It's not for lack of effort that this puzzle persists.
He was wearing a black shirt, black pants. From behind, it kind of looked like him.
Despite dozens of tips in 10 months, not a single confirmed sighting since Devlin Tate failed to return to his grandma's house the night of April 21st, last seen on a surveillance camera that morning, walking east through a grocery store parking lot in Lake Odessa.
Singing hallelujah.
That's Tate enjoying a Sunday at Bob's Barn Jamboree in Lake Odessa. 3 weeks later, he would vanish.
He actually fits pretty clearly in the autism spectrum disorder.
Target 8 took Tate's case to Virginia-based search and rescue expert Robert Kester, known worldwide for his research on lost person behavior and models he built to predict their most likely locations, based on the missing subject, the type of terrain, and a database of 500,000 prior search outcomes, cases he'd been collecting since 1992.
A 3-year-old child is going to behave different than a 12-year-old child, who's going to behave different than a lost hiker, who's going to behave differently than somebody who has dementia, who's going to behave very differently than somebody who's on an ATV.
Kester said he would need more case facts to do a full prediction, but in general, statistically, based on Tate's diagnosis of autism and the terrain, there's a 75% chance Tate is less than 2 miles from his last known location. And those searchers have covered a lot of ground.
But the probability is high that he could be in an area that has already been searched. It's very easy to miss a person on a search. Fully trained searchers can miss a subject.
It's been almost 40 weeks without a word from him.
Tate's grandma and aunt hope he's holed up with someone who's helping him avoid legal troubles. He'd been racking up misdemeanors. He had also mentioned trying to get to Arizona to live with his birth mom. But Ionia County Undersheriff Andrew Buchholz says as time goes on, the likelihood it was foul play or an accident goes up.
There's plenty of bridges, there's lots of water. You know, the possibility that an accident has occurred is definitely out there.
If you're walking around at night and you don't see the water, you can wind up in the water.
I hope he's safe wherever he's at. I hope he's still alive.
One of investigators' theories that Tate had an accident of some sort while walking from Lake Odessa to Vermontville, Nashville, or Hastings. They're asking folks who live in those areas to keep an eye out. If you have any information, even if you're not sure it will help, the Ionia County Sheriff's Office asks that you call them or Silent Observer. I'm Target 8 investigator Susan Samples.
Sorry, guys, I was muted there. So Little Miss Sharon beat me to the punch there. If he had an accident, wouldn't they have found him, or a phone ping, right? Like, so the last phone ping of Devlin Tate was at 11:30 p.m. Over by the trailer park. So it pinged off the towers near there. And that's the biggest, monkey wrench in this situation, right? It's like, okay, but if he had taken off towards Vermontville, we would have had him pinging off of one of those cell towers. So I think that is, a really great observation right off the bat, Little Miss Sharon. I mean, that's where I'm stuck. Even when I was having text conversations back and forth with people, I was really stuck on that. What's going on with the phone ping, and why didn't we see a ping happen? And I'm trying to be patient, Kiki, but it's tough. It really is. Now this expert is someone who is taking data and statistics into play, right? And wrote a book about all of the data from, I think she said 93. I saw something else that he's been doing, kind of researching since the 80s. Either way, I mean, I know Kiki I love his heart too. Devlin's a sweetheart, right? He's been talked good about by a lot of people, right? But Devlin did have his little fair share of trouble, but he's growing up, he's learning, and he didn't have any great role models, to really look up to in terms of younger father figures, right? He had Bill Tate, and Bill had passed away in 2023, and that was really weighing heavy on Devlin. So he was going through a lot. He was just really going through a lot. And I think it's interesting when Mr. Robert Koster here, and I hope I'm saying his last name correctly, talks about behaviors and looking at the behavior of the person, right? Because that's what we've really been focusing on, because Devlin does have autism spectrum disorder. He has other issues that he deals with, right? But if we were to just forget about all of that for a second and just really focus in on who Devlin is as an individual, I think it would be easier to understand what may have happened here, right? But I think it's so interesting that we have this little piece here from law enforcement that's saying that there's evidence, excuse me, that Devlin was going to visit a girlfriend in Vermontville. Now, whether that fits into the timeline for Monday, I'm not sure. If we look back at this map that Susan put up here, let's see here. Am I on the right one? Yes. Okay. So if we look back at the map here, Lake Odessa to Vermontville, right?
While walking from Lake
And then you have Nashville, right? And then
Odessa to Vermontville, Nashville, or
Hastings. So Vermontville here would be a girlfriend, and then, he would have to make it over to Hastings, or he would have to have someone come get him in Hastings, in order for him to be back for court, because he did have court on Tuesday in Hastings. So I think that is something to really look into, right? Because Devlin wasn't planning on missing court. He had arranged a ride through Matt's son, John, and John Tate, right? And John and Devlin, we heard from our friend Brandon Orman talking about how Devlin was good friends with John. Like they got along, they were friends, they were buds, cousins, right? And so with that, I think that that's something that's very interesting, and something that maybe and I had kind of bounced this idea around a little bit. Would he have maybe went out to Vermontville, and then, it would have been just a different direction to come pick him up? Would John have said he was going to pick him up there? But there was no callback over to John, right? Like we don't we there's nothing that's pointing that ever happened. So it's kind of a dead end. But then also where we get stuck again is what little Miss Sharon was saying earlier, that there would have been a phone ping in those areas rather than at the trailer park at 11:30. And 11:30 p.m. is an hour and a half past Devlin's curfew, and he knew he had to be in the house because he had court in the morning, right? And John was arranging to pick him up, so yeah, absolutely, Jules. I think that, that's really something that's important, because I was even thinking, what if, you know, because Joni Sowers is kind of not a new character unlocked, but because we've known about Joni from the beginning, but just her not cooperating with law enforcement. Was she somebody that kept his phone for him, and and then got rid of it after the fact? Just thinking, she was helping him out, right? Because she tells us about how Devlin came to her doorstep shivering cold with a t-shirt on. Maybe she felt inclined to help him, and she didn't realize how big this was going to get, or something like that. um you know, just speculating. So is there any rivers between point A and point B? He could have fallen into the river, even could have swept him down the river. Well, and the thing is there's all kinds of water all over, Marion. So I think that that's, really smart too. And I think that's what some of the experts were thinking, that he could have been walking at night and, accidentally fallen into water because he couldn't see it in front of him. Little Miss Sharon says, fair enough. People have fallen in so very odd places, but yeah, he could have his phone. Well, I know. And that's the thing, Devlin always had that phone, and he always stayed in contact with people, so he would have had to have made a very conscious and, a very calculated decision to just say, I'm not calling nobody, right? Because he's just so used to calling everybody. And that's one thing across the board. Even, talking with Tamara, she had said, that, it's just not like Devlin to not call anyone, right? And he was also worried about how much time he had left with his adoptive mom, Sandra. I do want to point out in this news interview that they've kind of made the roles more palatable, in Devlin's family. So we're hearing that he was, adopted by his great grandmother, Sandra, right? But for the longest, we were kind of, putting it in Devlin's terminology. Devlin's, sister, he called his sister was Tamara, right? But now we're kind of hearing them being called grandma, right? So Tamara, grandma, you know, and that sort of thing. So I know that can be kind of confusing for our viewers because we've always kind of went by the family tree according to Devlin, you know, because I'm here to tell Devlin's story, not anybody else's. Um, but I think it's important to kind of note that in case there's some confusion, you know. Yeah, I mean, no one has seen Devlin. No one has seen Devlin, you know. Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think and you know that's one thing that Tamara had shared with me tonight when I had sent her the news you know the story over you know she says she just said I hate to think of him out there, you know. I just hate to think of him out there like that. And you know, I don't blame her one bit. This has got to be completely nerve-wracking. Um but you know, this was Devlin's stomping grounds, you know, through these areas here. Um you know, so lives in Lake Odessa, girlfriend Vermontville, you know, which we were aware of. We just didn't know that he actually had plans that day to visit. Nashville, right, is another area. And then we have Hastings here, which is where his adoptive mom lives, right? So just a big, um, you know, quadrant as you I don't know how to say it, but of area that he would walk. And I mean he would walk long distances and it wouldn't, you know, phase him to do that. Um you know, he was used to doing that. But I just don't it's an interesting fact that's been added in by law enforcement because you know, Devlin had every intention as far as I know to show up to court. You know, but that doesn't mean that we know that Devlin actually, you know, had the intention. Maybe everybody thought he had the intention, but then come to find out he really didn't have the intention of going to court at all. He could have been planning on skipping out on court, you know. I know, Kiki. It's hard for me to. Um, I know what you're saying because you know I don't want um the situation to be lost, right? And with mainstream media, we're gonna have that. We're gonna have our fair share of, you know, especially because we know more. And we're willing to talk about more in-depth situations here, you know. Um no, if there is no cell signal to bounce off the tower, then they will not ping. Marion, that's a great question because I know cell towers can be kind of um you know, high tech in an explanation, right? Because there's different parts of the tower that the phone will ping off of, and that's how you can actually get a better location. But it's hard to pinpoint a location. Um, unless we're using geofencing technology, right? When we bring that Stingray in and it pulls all of the pings from the cell tower and pulls them to that Stingray instead, that's when we can actually even pinpoint someone to the exact room in the house where they're at. It's very you know, precise technology. So absolutely interesting and you know a great way to pinpoint exactly where. And I would love to know if they were able to or if they have done uh, that kind of technology, you know, using a Stingray or that geofencing technology, where exactly the phone pinged, right? Because if it's in Joni Sauer's house, well, we got some splaining to do, Joni, right? I mean, uh weird she said the phone was pinging in her home. Well, I mean, you know, that's what she said police were telling her, but I don't think police told her that. I think she was paranoid, you know, a little bit because I think the police were saying, "Hey, you know, Devlin's phone pinged near your home," right? And I mean, they were looking in and around her home for Devlin for his phone, especially because, when the call came in, it was 10:19. Dispatch got it. It was 10:32. They started, we could hear it on the scanner at 10:32 p.m. And then Sabrina's like, "Hey, he has a friend over in the trailer park." And then the phone pinged at 11:30. So, I mean, again, that time frame is so odd, and just to have that ping thrown in there, it really makes me wonder, you know, because police were all around the area, and the next day they were searching everywhere. Um, so has Gator Ara ever flown before as passengers? That's a good question, Cece. Is it is it more likely he's near where his ping was in the trailer park where he knows someone? That is an odd statement. Well, I think I always, Sasha, thought it was so odd. There's a lot of oddities in Devlin's case, but I always thought it was so odd that Sabrina pointed them to the trailer park first, right? And then subsequently the phone pings there. Is it a coincidence? It could really very well be a coincidence. But I just don't know. I think that once we get more clarification on the polygraphs, that it'll help us understand better who was involved and who wasn't. But I just can't see Devlin being stealthy enough, to go over there and, ping the phone himself to throw law enforcement off and then get rid of his own phone and then, hightail it out of there in a getaway car. I mean, stranger things have happened. It's not impossible. I just don't see it as being very probable. Um, I just don't. So I know, yeah, I prefer to beware of the obvious and apply Occam's razor. I understand that too. I mean, the path of easiest resistance, Aw, thank you, Kiki, for hitting that like button. I mean, I think that the most obvious conclusions are usually where we land. But I'll tell you, Devlin's case has thrown a couple of curveballs. And, like I said, I'm just so surprised that if the family is willing to take a polygraph, if they have something to do with it, um, they're bluffing really hard, you know? Um, if he fell in a body of water, it would have shut the phone off. Absolutely. Absolutely. So then we'd be going off the last ping. And I just don't think Devlin would have been taken, look, there was a lot of crap going on at the house, where he was living. Excuse me, his there was a lot of crap going on with him and his mom out in Arizona at that time. There was just a lot of turmoil. He was stressed out. He had court the next day, right? And so he was going through a lot, and I can't really reconcile in my brain that he was gonna, F around and find out about, when he had court the next day, right? So I just think that he would have been home at least by 10 o'clock because, I know that that's been something that um Tamara has been very adamant, and vocal about, was that Devlin was usually home, by like 8 o'clock, right? The latest. Even though his court imposed curfew was 10 o'clock, he was coming home earlier than that. And I couldn't imagine him coming, or pushing the envelope, staying out an hour and a half past curfew, when the judge ordered him to be home by 10 the night before court. I just don't see him doing that. Um, then again, he was going through a lot, you know. Sometimes fight or flight kicks in, right? And maybe he decided to run away. I just think it's too long for him not to reach out to anyone, like even one of his closest friends, you know? What evidence hearsay from a potential perp? What evidence and why would he start his walking trip at night? I don't think he would, Sasha. I don't think he particularly liked the dark. You know, they say he's afraid of the dark. I just don't think he liked it very much, right? Because I think that, like, if he was meeting a little girlfriend over at the, park and stuff, and they were hanging out, and I'm sure he didn't mind walking home in the dark sometimes, right? He's a grown boy. But I mean, or if he got, if time went away from him with friends or something, he was hanging at Bob's and he wanted to hear one more set or something, then I think that he probably didn't mind walking in the dark on those particular nights. He had a flashlight with him. Apparently, Tamara talked about on Crime Time Buzz that Devlin had an LED flashlight um, that he carried with him, so he didn't have to worry about using his phone as a flashlight because his phone was having trouble holding charge, yeah. I mean, it's it's sad. I mean, I would hope that Susan would maybe watch some of the interviews or listen in on some of the interviews. She seems to be a very open-minded and, investigative spirit about her, um so I wonder if she's ever watched any of the coverage. Like, even Crime Time Buzz or Mr. and Mrs. E did a wonderful job. I wonder if she's ever watched any of that. um and I do know that um let's see, she did reach out to this Robert Coast oh gosh, I'm going to say it wrong, Kester, and um he did write a book about lost person behavior, and that's who we saw in the clip. And he's been uh doing a lot. He even has, let's see, it seems to me like he's got a video on YouTube from 3 years ago. Let's see if I can pull it in. Oh, this one's an hour. Oh, okay, this is another YouTuber. Okay. One second here, guys. All right, this is going to be 3 years ago. All right. So this is his contributions to search and rescue, right? And I'm going to just share this link, and hopefully Adventure Smart is okay with me playing this. I just think it's important to consider what the experts have to say, because I'm certainly not an expert. Yeah, and I know that they're looking at doing more in the spring too, because they've really got hammered away with some real crap weather out there. They just really have been. Let me go ahead and get this here.
We will field your questions, and Dr. Kester can answer those for you. And then we have a special prize for everyone who attends. If you stick around to the end, we have a wonderful gift for you. Thank you. Welcome, Dr. Kester. The stage is yours.
Yeah,
thank you. Do I need to hit show screen, or are you able to see the slideshow?
Thanks, Dr. Kester. Yeah, just hit that play button again, and then we'll be able to see the slideshow. Excellent.
Great. Are we ready? So I'm Robert Kester. I usually go by Bob. for people who meet me in person, and I'm not sure if these virtual meetings count as in person or not, but certainly happy to be here and happy for the kind introduction. So it kind of covers everything on what I affectionately call the I love me screen of all the stuff I've done over the years. So with that, we will just get started with lost person behavior. Now there's kind of one story where the founder of Boy Scouts asked a bunch of scouts, how many of you have ever been lost? And most of the hands actually went up, but a few didn't. And he said, of those of you who have not been lost, you fall in one of two categories. A, you just haven't spent enough time in the outdoors, or B, you're a liar. So with that, I'll get started. I will see what I have to click. There we go. So lost person behavior answers the central question of where is the lost person? Because certainly if you're in search and rescue, that is where you want to send your teams. So where should somebody look? I would say look where the subject is. But if it's a search, you really don't know where the subject is because it's a search. If you do know where the subject is, it's a rescue, and that's a whole nother issue. Well, since we don't know where the subject is, it doesn't sound cool to go around saying, I don't know where they are. So we assign probabilities called probability of area or probability of containment. So one area might have like 10% chance. Another area could have a 25% chance. But some areas could be larger than other areas. Shouldn't you take that into consideration? Well,
okay, so we do know that Robert Kester has looked into Devlin's case, maybe not as in-depth as he would, right? But he said that he could statistically say that because Devlin is on the spectrum, that he could be within 2 miles of where he went missing from, right? So that would kind of put him at Carl's or the laundromat as we know it, which isn't terribly far away, but right there in Lake Odessa, right? Because he wasn't at home. He was actually in town at the time where he, I hate to say it, disappeared. I'm rolling my eyes. You can't see me. Hopefully you can hear me rolling my eyes. But that's right, Jules. If you got a dog, you know, you're not easily lost, right? Even when little kids get lost, you know, their dog stays next to them the majority of the time, which is dogs are an amazing asset to have, right? Just a friend, everything. But yeah, so we kind of understand a little bit of where Dr. Kester or Robert Kester, I don't know if he's got a PhD, I forget, but where he's coming from in Devlin's case is about a 2-mile radius. And he says, you know, we do know that, you know, people can be overlooked, right? And so that's going to be kind of part of this.
Sure you should. That's called probability density. And aren't some areas easy to search and some areas hard to search? And yes, that can be taken into consideration as well. So in search theory, that would be what's known as the probability of success rate. So some of the important where questions that helps us determine where to put our resources is certainly, where was the subject last seen? That would be an example of an initial planning point or a place last seen.
All right, so we know that Devlin was last seen at Carl's Supermarket in Lake Odessa, right? We also know, which wasn't mentioned in the news broadcast, that Devlin was also at Lako Laundry, and he spoke to Matt on the phone, and he spoke to Matt for about 30 minutes. So that puts him about 9:30 in town in Lake Odessa at the laundromat. 9:30 a.m. last seen. After that, we don't know which way he was headed. Unfortunately, we just don't know that. I wouldn't feel comfortable saying that at this juncture because we just don't know. We're still getting more information out, and we're still figuring out what is confirmed and what has not been confirmed, right? Has the subject been lost before? Not to my knowledge. Devlin was very good with directions, and that's one thing I want to say before I go on with this is that Devlin was very good with directions, and he did not get lost before, to the best of my knowledge.
Sometimes we just find the car and then it's a last known point. Do we know where the subject was headed? Oh, the importance of having a trip plan. And then hopefully the person followed the trip plan, but we kind of know the trip plan wasn't followed completely because the person didn't come back.
Right. And now we know that Devlin was heading over to Vermontville to see a girlfriend. And Jules, I think this can be applied to all of the cases. I think this is gold knowledge, especially, it's been so thoroughly studied, and all of these cases, through decades have been, considered and factored into this. So now that we know that Devlin had a route or a particular plan in mind, we know something had to have gone awry because maybe he did go out to Vermontville, walk out there, meet up with a girlfriend, one that we know of, one that we might not have any idea of. And maybe on his way back or something like that, something happened. I would think, without knowing Vermontville, and I'm going to try to get some research done on Vermontville. Again, I just feel like he would be caught on camera in any town that he went to, whether it's Hastings, whether it's Vermontville, whether it's Laco, whether it's in between. So the fact that he wasn't caught on any cameras is interesting, but the phone ping, CC, the phone ping at 11:30 p.m. is huge for me, right? Because that shows him back in the area again at 11:30 p.m. And I wonder if Robert Kester knows this, right? Cece says, Lady Freedom, was it the parapro's husband who was annoyed by Devlin coming around, or was it someone else? Lori, who alleged that Devlin was sleeping in her barn on occasion, didn't mention that her husband or boyfriend, like Ralph as his name, I think it's a boyfriend, not a husband. It didn't she made it seem like Ralph was cool with Devlin and wanted to give him a job. But then again, Devlin didn't tell anybody that. Not one single person was told. Tamara wasn't told. Jessica wasn't told about the job. No one was. And I think Devlin would have been over the moon to know that he could work right next to the house, someone he knew and trusted, and paid $15 an hour. Jackpot, but he never said anything about that. I can't believe that. So was Ralph maybe annoyed? Possibly so. Did Devlin meet foul play because he went to his girlfriend in Vermontville and he wasn't supposed to be seeing his girlfriend? Were her parents upset? Makes me wonder now. There's an elderly woman who wandered off from a mental facility, and tonight will be the second gone. So this is interesting. Oh, I hope they find her, Cece. That's sad. I didn't hear about that. So yeah, this can be applied to many of our cases here. So really good stuff.
Where has the subject been lost before? They'll probably repeat a similar pattern if they have. Where have similar subjects gone when they're lost? That's actually the basis of my research. I have a database of, I guess it's up to 160,000 lost person incidents. And
wow.
I just characterize what other similar people in similar circumstances did. So where have similar subjects been found? Where is the subject right now? I mean, that really is the central question. We only talk about scenario planning to try to figure out where the subject is now. And ultimately, it comes down to where will I actually send my search and rescue resources to hopefully find them.
Right. And we have shown the maps from the first couple of days of the search, right? Very well labeled. And it shows that they were in and around Lake Odessa. I mean, they had honestly gone in a radius around the area and were searching, heavily wooded, water, creeks, lakes, right? Um, and so I think that that was part of the big challenges is the terrain also. I think part of what makes this a little bit easier to maybe track Devlin by his behaviors is the fact that he would take the same routes or stick to familiar routes. Because Devlin's on the spectrum, he did have a routine, and it's been to the best of my knowledge and what I've been told that Devlin liked to stay on the same routes. So that is something that we could definitely use to our advantage. Unfortunately, with the waterways and everything, that makes it a little trickier. Also the fact that we don't have any indication of what um route Devlin was actually going that day. I mean, I'm not sure how he walked when he walked to Vermontville. But there's only certain ways that are kind of safe to get there that Devlin would walk. So again, we're going to look more into that, for our next live on Devlin.
Everything in search and rescue starts with basic investigation. What is the thumbnail description of why they went lost? They went hiking, last seen at a trailhead. Their destination was top-notch mountain. It's like,
all right, well, we know that's not Devlin.
Like, okay, we have a hiker. We know where they started from, and we know their destination. We can go ahead and now look up statistics for missing hikers. And that will be enough to get our search started. And then we'll continue the investigation and start to build the unique profile of the person we're actually looking for. That will give us a search area. Once we have a search area, we start searching it with something known as reflex tasks. We hope to find clues, with the missing subject being the ultimate clue. And if that doesn't work, then we have to do some fancy stuff called search theory, which I'll only touch upon briefly.
Well, I want him to dive into search theory, because I think sometimes that's where we're left, right? Is with search theory. That's where we're at in Devlin's case 10 months later. That's where we're at in Sebastian Rogers' case 10 months later, right? That's why we're coming up with theories. But I think search theory is what we need. But he talks about how they get down to that point with this lovely little picture we got.
In this talk, and hopefully we find the missing person. U.S. Department of Homeland Security gave me a bunch of money. They paid for this slide, so this is what they get.
Ha!
What my kind of, I guess, cycle is I started by collecting data called ISRID. That's the International Search and Rescue Incident Database.
All right, so that's where he was talking about how he's got like 160,000 cases and whatnot.
That gives me lots of statistics, and then able to write books, make apps, make software that search and rescue resources actually will use out in the field. Once they find the subject, there's a data collection piece of web interface called SARCAT, and that feeds back into the actual database.
Okay, guys, so this is a variation of Sartopo, is what we were hearing in Sebastian Rogers' case. And then what Steve Fisher has uploaded is called, or what he has his search efforts uploaded to it is something called CalTopo, right? And now that we know that just recently or most recently, SARTOPO and CalTopo have integrated. SARCAT is something new, but I can kind of assimilate that to those other search data collectors, if you will.
Which is essentially, it basically means it's lost people contributing to search and rescue teams to find other lost people. So the ISRA database started in 2002, initially collected 50,000 cases. That's what the book Lost Person Behavior is actually based upon. In 2013, secured a little bit more funding, collected an additional 10,000 cases. So that brings the database up to 150,000. This last year, I've been collecting some additional data. So far, I got 15,000 additional cases, but I probably will get another 30,000 cases as I get ready to update the book.
And again, guys, this is across the board, all missing behavior, right? So this is even, like he said in the beginning, collecting incidences where people get lost hiking or out in the woods, you know, and that sort of thing, but even down to missing persons cases, just a whole compilation of lost people behavior.
Certainly, it is an international database with a strong emphasis on people who can speak English, because that's what I speak. Although there is a version of the Lost Person Behavior book available in French as well.
Oui, oui.
Certainly in British Columbia, you have all the sort of the major domains or eco domains. You have temperate, you have polar, and you have dry, all in the province. And the data is actually split up because people will behave differently in temperate mountains, differently in polar regions, and different in dry regions.
All right, regions. Okay. Yeah, so I believe the reason why law enforcement hasn't found Devlin's phone is because it may be with him, Sasha. But also, I think they're thinking that he was making his way to see a girlfriend that morning. You know, and Sabrina, when we asked her what Devlin's demeanor was like that morning, she said that it was kind of different, that he wasn't, you know, having kind of fits of oh, I can't remember the exact words that she used, but she said, you know, typically there would be mornings where Devlin would be in a really bad mood, right? And that morning he was just quiet. He put his bedding up. He used the bathroom. That's when he saw Tamara in passing, and then he left out the door, right? He didn't say much. He didn't have any words back and forth with anybody. He just left out that morning. And so he left at 7 a.m. and then nobody heard from him after 9:30 a.m., right? Until the phone pinged in the trailer park is the last ping. So I'm just assuming that they believe that he might have walked over to Vermontville and back. Because he had to have been, he had to have made his way back to town if his phone pinged at the trailer park, unless somebody had his phone, turned it on, and then got rid of it. You know, I mean, that's also a possibility. So, but those are good questions.
So I briefly mentioned there's two books I've written that are out there. Lost Person Behavior book based upon 50,000 cases. The Endangered and Vulnerable Adults and Children is more urban-based type of cases. That's
I want to know more about this one. I didn't know about this one. Endangered and Vulnerable Adults and Children. I would love to know that.
Based on the 150,000 cases. And I'm in the process, and I've been in the process for about a year or two, of writing the second edition to the Lost Person Behavior book. So some various myths and legends that are out there that I come across a fair bit is, do subjects turn in the direction of the dominant hand? And can we use that information in search and rescue? I don't have a poll, but think to yourself. And the answer is, it's fiction. It has nothing to do with it. Saratov in 94 looked at it, doesn't help. I looked at it in the early 90s, doesn't help. Silverstein and Salmons are researchers who looked at it for dementia subjects, doesn't help. But why do we think this? Well, there is actually a basis to the myth. In the United States, and I imagine in Canada as well, 70% of left-handed people will generally turn left when essentially in a maze like a rat. It was an experiment done actually in a library.
Okay, so if you're left-handed, you're more likely to turn left if you're lost. Interesting.
And essentially 70% of right-handed people will turn right. But when they repeated the experiment in Great Britain, where they drive on the other side of the road, and that changes people's behavior a little bit. Left-handed people still 70% to the left, but now over in the UK, only 50% of right-handed people will turn right. Turns out it has
Makes sense because they're on the opposite side of the road. Very interesting.
nothing to do in search and rescue because there's too many other variables. If it's downhill, people are more likely to go downhill. If the wind is blowing, you're more likely to turn away from the wind. If one side of your strap on your backpack is adjusted to be a little bit more heavy, that will influence which way you're going to turn. If you see a bunch of briars to the left, you're more likely to go to the right, and vice versa. So search and rescue, knowing if the person's left-handed or right-handed doesn't help us at all.
And I can see those variables, wrecking that research. And thank you for everyone that's in here geeking out with me, because I find this to be fascinating. I know not a lot of people want to hear the facts, but I think it's interesting. I think if we can understand the behaviors or the tendencies of people who have been lost in the past, it's going to help us have more knowledge in order to find people now. And what could be better than myth busting?
Well, how about, do lost subjects walk in circles? The answer to that is yes, they certainly can. In the first experiment, they got a nice flat setting of a basketball arena, and they blindfolded a bunch of volunteers. This is what you do with college psychology students. And they said, okay, try to walk in a straight line. And as you can see, they don't really do a great job of walking in a straight line. Probably one of the interesting things to note here is the same person will walk sometimes clockwise and sometimes counterclockwise. So that means you can't even predict which way they're going to circle, because they can circle any which way at any point in time. Now, you could say, well, lost people typically aren't actually blindfolded, we hope. So another experiment was done in the woods during the daytime, and the yellow lines represent daytime, and the arrows represent where the sun was. And SM actually did a perfectly fine job of walking in a straight line. And MJ did a fine job of walking in a straight line until they got to the edge of the woods and had to be turned back. It's like, get back in the woods with you. And they walked a straight line. However, if you look at RF, PS, and KS, and AY, all of which have dark blue lines, they were instructed to walk in a straight line at night in the woods. And you can certainly see they did, in fact, walk in circles.
Okay, and you can definitely see that here, right? Here's a circle, here's a circle. They walked a little bit, but then they end up walking in a circle again, right over here. This is a separate line. This one is PS, this one's KS, and you can see that. at night, I guess it's because you're a little bit more disoriented, right? And it's harder to see. Brenda says, I'm geeking out with you too. This is interesting. I may have to rewatch. I know, Brenda, like, it's just interesting to see what people, mostly how people will react or behave, how they'll behave, taking people out into a wooded area, it could absolutely turn you around. I'd probably be the one walking in the circles during the daytime, even, because I'm horrible with directions. But
Same experiment was repeated in the desert during the daytime. KB did a pretty good job of walking in a straight line, although they initially got off by about 45 degrees. And IK did a good job of walking in a straight line. The sun was out pretty much directly overhead. SK did the experiment at night, started off doing a fine job because there was a full moon, but then the full moon went behind a cloud. And sure enough, it didn't take that long. Within about 15 to 20 minutes, SK had done a 180-degree half circle once they lost any kind of landmark. So let's look at hikers. So this is what we kind of have learned about hikers and how they get lost. Hikers are typically oriented to trails. When they do get lost, the most common reason for getting lost, which accounts for 68%, is because they get lost versus some of the other scenarios like being overdue or trauma or medical reasons. And we're going to be talking about decision points and how those impact things. They essentially make a mistake, then they don't think they make mistakes, so they're guided by terrain, following other linear features in most of the cases. We're starting to see, once they do realize they're lost, a lot of them will just head uphill in an attempt to get a cell phone signal. Certainly about 30 or 40% of them will travel at night. 16% are reported missing because they were simply overdue. So I mentioned this was a case of a 16-year-old backpacker.
And I will always say that, if you're planning on going on a hike, it's always good to tell someone when you're expected to be back, right? That way, if you do hurt yourself out on the trail, because you could be out on the trail hurt. I think it's important to let people know where you're planning on going, what trail you're taking, and also when you're going to come back, because we've seen other cases also where hikers have become lost, and time is of the essence because they're out there in the weather and in the elements and things like that. So
she was in a kind of a guided experiential adventure course for youths who had troubles. She was lagging behind because she was out of shape, and her counselors just kind of said, well, catch up with us if you want dinner. Well, she never did catch up. The IPP was the initial planning point where she was last seen. The first circle you see is the first decision point. The trail makes a sharp right-hand turn on top of a saddle. The arrow is, if she just kept going the same general direction, she'd wind up in that stream. Second decision point, trail kind of bears a little bit to the left. Third decision point, there's an intersection with another trail where if she really kind of kept going straight, she'd probably go on that other trail. Fourth decision point is a little road that goes off to it was a barn. So decision points can be sharp turns and trails. They can be game trails. They can be starts of drainages. They can be saddles. They can be switchbacks. There's lots of different potential decision points where if you're not paying attention, especially if you're hiking kind of tired with a head down gaze, it's easy to get off the trail. So where do you think she went off the trail? Decision point 1, 2, 3. Most people pick 3. 4, a lot of people like 4. but it does turn out to be decision point number one is where she made her mistake. Potential things to do if you make a mistake there. The most likely thing, it's kind of a person in motion tends to stay in motion, is she'd eventually fall down and get sucked up into the drainage and follow the creek out. She might have found a game trail that heads up to that summit, 3707, or she could have gone the other way as well. What she wound up doing was going into the drainage, and she was located just a little bit below the A there in the word national, which is a whole nother story. Once people get off the trail, they usually get this funny feeling that something isn't quite right, but we so love to be right and take mental shortcuts known as heuristics that it's easy to get tricked into thinking that all what we need to do is just keep going. So there's availability heuristic. It's a tendency to estimate risks upon how many examples come to mind quickly. And
I can see this happening with a more experienced hiker thinking, if I just keep going, I'll be all right, or that sort of thing. Or a younger person who, thinks they know, what they're doing and they don't. I could absolutely see that.
And, most of the time when you are feeling a little bit not sure of yourself, usually everything works out just fine. So you just think everything will work out just fine. Confirmation bias is a tendency to listen to information that confirms you're right and ignore stuff that you don't agree with. Like, gee, my compass says I'm going the wrong direction. My compass must be wrong.
Oh boy, I would never say that to my compass. I'd be like, the compass is always right and I'm always wrong, but that's just me.
The Dunning-Kruger effect is subjects with low ability and limited knowledge or competence are the ones who think they know the most about what they're doing. Optimism bias is, well, everything will work out. I'll just keep going this way. And then the sunk cost fallacy is, once we put some effort into going, well, I know this is the wrong way, but I've been going this way long enough that I'm sure something will appear over the next ridge. Eventually, you'd realize, oh my gosh, I'm lost. Then that puts you in a full flight or fright or freeze physiological state, and it alters your memory and mental state or cognitive state as well. There'll be a decrease in your short-term memory. There'll be a decrease in your ability to concentrate. There'll be a decrease in your ability to problem solve. Hence, probably the most important thing that people do once they realize they're lost is, stop, think, observe, plan. That's what we teach in the States. For military pilots that are shot down, the first thing they're taught is to sit on their butt and drink some water and then immediately come up with a plan. But that stopping can kind of break this flight or fright mode. And it's hard to make good decisions when you're in this disorganized state and you want to get yourself back to a more optimal state. Then most people, the idea of a blind random panic is kind of more of a myth than reality. Most people will kind of come up with a strategy. Now, random is not a strategy. It's what we see if people are in a panic, or among younger children will sometimes just have random wandering around. It doesn't mean you don't get anywhere, but you don't get anywhere quickly. A lot of people will.
Okay, so that's interesting that they said that if you are randomly wandering around, that you're not going to get anywhere quickly. And I think that rings true when we look at other cases where there's children that kind of wander off, that they're not located far away from their home. Most of the time they're located very close or within a radius away. Little Miss Sharon says, when my autistic daughter has gone on walkabouts, even recently in town, meltdown. Oh, an hour later, she phoned me and she knew where she was going. And I mean, I think it's just kind of scary. Like once you realize you're lost, that's when you kind of that panic, that fight or flight comes over you, and you're like, oh my gosh, right? And I can totally see myself feeling that way, overwhelmed. Oh my gosh, where did I go wrong? Where am I at? The whole nine. And you do get disoriented and things like that, especially if it's getting dark outside. Those things can cause more pressure on an individual as well. That's what I'm saying. Why would Devlin start along a walk in the dark? It's not logical. Yeah, I don't think he was walking in the dark. I really don't. I mean, he had to have been after 8 o'clock. Or I believe, well, let's see, we're April, it probably was getting dark still around 7, I would say. I don't think because daylight savings time, although I don't know, it was Easter, it was the day after Easter. Um, so it could have just been, just starting with the daylight savings time, you know. Well, and that's the thing about Sebastian. I mean, if we're thinking about uh Sebastian leaving in the middle of the night, I agree, Sasha. That's very revealing because it goes to show Sebastian walking in the dark would just walk in circles and not make it far from far. Very interesting. Yeah, I think we could definitely apply a lot of this to just human behavior and the behaviors of someone who is out walking in the dark, like Sebastian, absolutely. Um, and I know that he was used to familiar routes, like they were saying he could go to Culver's, and that sort of thing. But I think he also had the wherewithal to know that Culver's wasn't open at that point, and those different factors as well. Um, and I don't think Devlin could have made it very far either. I also don't think that Devlin would have taken the chance with him having court the next day to show up extremely late home from court. I mean, it's kind of like if you're already, in hot water, you're not going to do anything to make it worse, right? I mean, unless you're completely rebelling. But I don't think that Devlin was in that state of mind. I could be wrong, but I just don't think he was because he was absolutely making plans to show up to court. Um, so
Adopt the strategy of if I just go this direction long enough, it's sure to work out. Well, only if you've like studied a map before you've gone someplace might it be sure to work out. We've seen subjects walk across perfectly good roads and trails because it wasn't going the right direction. Some people go, well, I don't really want to go up and I don't want to go down, so I'll just contour around. And with that, I'll hopefully come across something. But by contouring, it's a little bit easier. But once again, I've seen somebody, they were going to contour an entire national park. So that wasn't such a great idea.
And the thing about Devlin too is he was so used to walking these routes, and he didn't typically deviate from the paths that he was used to taking. And so I do want to consider that when we're listening to this, because I understand what's being said, but I also, when I apply it to Devlin's case, I'm just thinking that I just don't think he would have taken a different path that he didn't know. um you know so I mean, yeah, Brenda, I think that Devlin getting into a car is a high probability. I do, and that's because it appears, and it's been alleged that the scent was lost at Tupper Creek and Bonanza. Um, Now again, we don't have a timestamp on that, but that's again not terribly far. If he was able to evade law enforcement and say ping his phone at Joni's, right? Or near the trailer park. Um, he could have made it up by Tupper and Bonanza and gotten into a car, to throw people off. If that's what he was planning on doing, or if that was part of one of his strategies. But again, I just don't know why he would evade court or do it for this long. That's where I'm kind of stuck. I did ask Tamara if she thought that maybe Devlin, if he had a girlfriend, does she think that that would influence Devlin to stay away, right, from family and that sort of thing? Like if say that there was somebody that was maybe even a little bit older than Devlin, that was involved here, and who was able to kind of take care of him, but also influence him not to reach out to anyone. And she just said that it's hard for her to believe that because he was so family oriented, right? And especially with his adoptive mother Sandra, that he was worried about the time that he had left with her, and she just doesn't see him leaving for this long like that. Which I want to consider that as well, because she knows Devlin better than we do, and especially when we're examining his behaviors. But I think that it's a strong possibility that he could have gotten into a car, or maybe he thought that they were going to bring him back and they didn't. I'm definitely leaning more toward foul play in this scenario. And I hate to say that.
Probably one of the most thing we see among hikers is a route strategy. If I find a route, a trail or a road or a stream or a drainage or a pipeline or a power line, it was built by mankind. I want to get reconnected to mankind, so I'll just follow it. So hopefully you follow it the right direction. Sometimes it's to be an old logging road and might be really going nowhere. Some other strategies we see is backtracking. If you immediately catch your mistake and just turn around and are able to backtrack, that can be a highly effective strategy. Turns out it's not used by that many people. It's one of the rarest strategies. Landmarks. I'll just head for that mountain over there or some other kind of landmark, and then I'll decide what to do. There's all kinds of folk wisdom. Folk wisdom sometimes works in the area it was derived, but when you're in a different area, it may be the worst possible thing you can do. I mean, a lot of people are like, hey, if I go downhill, that will lead to civilization. Well, that's true in some places. In other places, it leads you to swamps, deserts, dry washes, cliffs, waterfalls, places you just generally don't want to be. There's view enhancing. So some people climb a tree to see what's going around, or just climb up a mountain in hopes of getting a cell phone signal. Well, guess what? There may not be a cell phone signal at the top of that mountain. If you have an emergency beacon, that's certainly a great way of being prepared. And if you truly are lost, now may be the time to set off that emergency beacon. And generally, if you had a trip plan and you've told people where you're going, probably the safest thing that will conserve the most energy is just stay put.
Yeah, because I was gonna say, if you get to the top of that mountain and it's cold and the elevation and everything at night, it could be a situation of life or death on that. Absolutely, because hypothermia could set in if you're not prepared for it, or if you don't know how to keep yourself warm overnight. It can be very dangerous.
Make yourself some shelter, keep yourself warm, all those great things that are taught in preventative SAR and survival. Now, there's many different reasons why you may not be coming out of the woods, or why our subject is not coming out of the woods. Could be an avalanche, could be criminal activity. Generally pretty rare, but it could be. The subject could be despondent. Not everybody despondent commits suicide, but some people do. It could be a case of drowning. Could be a case of evading. We see that with younger children and with those that have mental illness. Could be what I call an investigative case. The person has like left the back country and boarded a plane, train, automobile, found a new best friend. They're not actually in the search area, but of course, somebody reported them missing. The subject could be lost, which is what we just kind of was talking about there the most. Could be a medical scenario. They could be overdue. They could be stranded. They could have sprained their ankle. There could be trauma. And then we also classify subjects as being mobile or immobile.
Okay, so I think that if we're looking at this list of scenarios, we obviously know that Devlin wasn't involved in an avalanche, I think number one, criminal, right? I think a number two could be drowning for Devlin because he was not keen with the water. It wasn't that he, couldn't swim. He could probably be in the water, when he's waist high or when it's waist high or something like that. But he also didn't like water on his head. It was kind of a sensory issue for him. So I think that if Devlin got in a position where he was put in the water or he fell in the water, that could be another high probability. Evading, right? Because we know that he did have court. Again, I don't think that that's a high probability, but it could be. I don't think that he was lost. I don't think that Devlin got lost because I don't think Devlin would deviate from his well-known routes, right? There could have been a medical issue with Devlin, but then again, if he had had that medical issue in town or on one of his routes, I believe he could have been found. One thing that we haven't talked about or explored here, and I'm hesitant to do that, would be that if Devlin maybe was hit by a car, right? Because it's not unheard of, right? Where somebody, even if maybe they didn't know and they were drinking and driving, right? And they accidentally hit Devlin and they thought it was, not a person or something and they drove off, or they knew it was a person and they drove off. I can see Devlin possibly being somewhere that we just haven't found him yet based on that. I hate to think about it, but it has to be part of, the scenarios that would fit with Devlin. And I'm still not going to put it past anybody that wouldn't maybe keep Devlin, maybe even against his will, right? I wish we knew who the lady was that allegedly assaulted Devlin, right? He was text messaging Jessica and he told her about in his words that he was sexually assaulted by an older lady. And I think that when we think about that, and that Devlin was asking older ladies if he could live with them and things like that, it puts him in a very vulnerable situation. It puts him in a dangerous situation. And I can't shake that either. So those are the ones that I can pick out of this list that would fit with Devlin's situation the best, in my opinion.
For each of these scenarios, it will have its own unique planning and field impact that the field searchers need to keep in mind. So for criminal, it's an aggressive investigation. But since you don't really know, you also have to keep a parallel lost search going. If it's criminal, you need very large scale maps, and there's an abduction subject category that provides more details.
Okay, I want to know more details. But so here's the thing, and this is so teeny tiny, it's going to be harder to read if I can maybe zoom in a little bit. And I agree, Cece, or excuse me, Brenda, if water were cold and he had, accidentally fell in, hypothermia could set in really quickly. And I agree with that too. If he was in that situation, I could see that being part of it. Especially if he was on his way home or something like that and people didn't realize that he was out of town. But then again, that phone ping is really something that just keeps bringing me back. And I don't think that he was lost, little Miss Sharon. I just don't think he was either, because he just, I can see him really focusing in on the fact that he had to get back for court. And he knew he had to be home at least by 10. I know that Tamara says it was 8 o'clock all the time, but again, a young man, if he's going to see his girlfriend and stuff like that, that can make him think, with the opposite brain, right? And then the parapro used a lot of past tense as an alarm. It was an alarming amount. Yeah. There's something that doesn't sit right with the parapro. I agree, Sasha. A lot of it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. You know, well, he said that it happened at the park, and I don't know if he was referring to Swifty's Park or if he was referring to the trailer park. Um, I've been thinking a lot about that lately, especially because the first interview was highlighting Joni calling in and things of that nature. Um, See, I don't think this works when I do it on here for zooming in. No, I don't want to exit full screen. That'll make it bigger. Let me see if I can just get really close here. All right. So for criminal, it says usually abduction or murder, location determined by the perpetrator, of course. So the planning would be aggressive investigation, parallel lost search, right? Lost in air quotes. And then large scale maps, see abduction subject category, right? So then we go to the abduction category. Where do we see that? And drowning, evading, investigative. Okay, maybe that's on the next page. Either way, we want to go to the abduction category and exclude youth searchers, right? Now, despondent could be one as well. And I must have overlooked that in the other one. So, despondent is going to be suicides or suicidal or depression. Now, again, Devlin was going through an extremely hard time at the time of his disappearance. So I don't want to exclude that or take it off the table until we know for sure that that's not um, a possible outcome. Um, right. So we would assess the searcher safety, right, in terms of does this person have, a weapon that they're brandishing, you know, um, and that sort of thing. They would minimize young searchers, and then they would see despondent subject category, right? And again, um, that must be on the next page. We also have a drowning. So both drowning and near drowning. So search the waters, and CC, that would fall into, if they fell in the water and then hypothermia, right? So they want to search the water um repeatedly. And I think we need to do that more so in this case because of the amount of water and the bodies of water that we're dealing with. Jordan Lake is a very well populated lake. From what I can hear, it's high recreational. There's lots of people out on that water. Um, but there are underwater crevices and different things like that, boat docks, that sort of thing, where, someone could be hung up under there. Um, and then we're looking at lower water levels. Evading, you would have to search areas repeatedly, right? So if they're deliberately missing or actively hiding, we would use scent dogs and hide. Excuse me. Um, search teams who are highly aware of clues. Is that what I'm saying? I'm sorry, it's so little. Subjects often have good long-term survivability, right? So they're used to kind of doing it. And again, if somebody has run away before and hid before, they might be doing the same thing, right? So you can kind of look at history repeating itself and look in those spots. Um, so um again, you would look for places where somebody would be sleeping, right? So the barn, we would check that barn again and again. If we knew that he was staying in there, we would check those areas to see if he, went back there again. Emphasis on places to hide. Stop and listen for sounds of movement, talking to oneself, right? And then I think it says attraction, um, ineffective. Hmm. It's so small. Sorry about that. So again, I don't think it would be something where Devlin is lost. Um, if it was a medical issue that came up, we obviously would search his routes, but we've done that anyway. Or that has been done in this case, and they wouldn't be far from the route, of intention, right? Or whatever their intended route was. They wouldn't be found far from there. Because obviously a medical issue would halt their movement. So just all of these things to consider.
And from a field impact, you probably don't want younger searchers on a search if you're considering criminal activity. And each of the scenarios has its own particular things to keep in mind. And then we conduct what's known as scenario analysis. So you look at your scenario. So this was a scenario of a lost hiker who went to the top of the mountain, which had cliffs all around the top of the mountain. His friends were going to take the trail back, and he was going to go cross country back to the car and see who won the dollar for getting there first. It was the middle of summer, so there was no chance of avalanches. Criminal, it's a national park. Always something could happen. Further investigation warranted. Despondent, no, we don't know anything. Nothing showing he's despondent. Drowning, there wasn't really any water except a creek down near the bottom, but yeah, we'll certainly check the creek. Evading, if he falls, has a head injury, he might try evading searches. If he becomes hypothermic, he might try to evade searchers, so we have to keep that as a possibility. Investigative causes, hey, he met somebody really interesting on the trail and decided to hook up, whatever. Lost is certainly highly likely, and then we'll think about places where he could be lost. Medical, healthy 18-year-old, low probability of that. Overdue, he could have, it's just taking him longer on his little cross-country jaunt, possible. Stranded, he could have been cliffed out, so that's possible. And then trauma.
Okay, so really quick, I do want to say that if Devlin decided, because it has been alleged by Matt, that Devlin decided that he was going to go visit his mom and he had actually tracked out on Google how long it would take to walk to Arizona, right? From Michigan. Where there's a will, there's a way. And so I can't throw that out the window, right? In that case, maybe Devlin could be lost, right? He only made it so far and he got turned around and lost, or he was met with foul play that way, right? It's a very low probability, but it is a probability. And Brenda says, I agree. They try and excuse me, the lake could be a prime location for criminal, despondent, or accidental. And I agree with that because the waterways up there are many, and I can't shake the comment that Sabrina made either about if Devlin was put in water, he wouldn't make it. type of a thing. That's not a direct quote, but it was said allegedly. So I don't know if they used dogs to sniff out his cell phone, Sasha. That's a good question. So, and it is not far from the trailer park, Bonanza and Tupper Creek, I think, if that's what you're asking. Yes, it seems possible he had an older lady in his life near the trailer park that definitely thinks he's gone. Was. Yeah. And I mean, I think that Joni being added back into the mix in this investigative scenario that we're seeing here play out with Susan Samples and her coverage of Devlin's case is something for us to definitely take note of, right? And do our own research on. So, yeah, I mean, everything, that brings her right back into the playing field.
It's highly likely that he fell off a cliff because he didn't have any climbing gear. And then once we have the scenarios, we apply it with actual resources. In the book, there are gobs and gobs of statistical tables that allow searchers to kind of focus on where are they going to look for this lost hiker. I don't think anybody joined tonight's session to look at statistical tables, but they're there. There's each of those represents a model. The ring model is how far the person could have gone. A point model is how many people are found within 100 meters. A dispersion model, if you have a direction of travel, how well does that help you? So all of these statistical models need different inputs in order to run. And each produces a pretty little picture on a map if you have some software. So we have ring models and dispersion models and elevation models, so the likelihood of up or down. Most people, when they get lost, a lot of them aren't really all that far away from a trail. So we have a track offset model, and we have the type of features that they're lost in. What I've spent the last 6 years of my life working on is some search and rescue software that automates this. Searchers draw their task, calculate something called the probability of success rate, which then gives you a number. So search theory comes down to just search the biggest number first. So that's called a decision aid tool. And there's algorithms behind it, but nobody really cares about that. Find is the name of the software. And then it can also generate a pretty picture or a heat map that shows you the different probable locations our missing hiker could actually be found in. Now,
I'm hoping that that this model can be applied maybe, but I'm under fairly good authority that it has been applied. Yo, Animal, thanks for coming in. Nice to see you. So, yeah, I mean, I'm under good authority to know that this model was probably used in the search for Devlin Tate, but I think to a higher level that we can really kick into gear when that weather gets better, because it has just been beastly out there,
Another thing we're interested for really all of our subject categories, and we're going to be talking about hikers and skiers and snowmobilers. And I put up dementia and autism spectrum disorders and missing aircraft just for comparisons. You can actually see our missing skiers.
Okay, look, guys, we have ASD right here. So this is where we're looking at Devlin. Devlin would be, believe he would most likely, oh, okay, green, we got blue. Snowmobile looks orange. So I think he is going to be the rainbow, if I'm not mistaken. Because, yeah, dementia looks like that is purple, right? And aircraft is black. So we'll kind of keep our ears peeled for ASD, which is autism spectrum disorder.
tend to probably do the best on our survivability curve. 50% are found still alive after 9 days, and 75% are still alive after 5 days. Our hikers actually have our best long-term survivability. 5% of missing hikers, usually backpackers in all honesty, 5% of missing hikers are still found alive at 24 days. And we can see for snowmobilers, they still do pretty well, but not quite as well. And we can see autism spectrum disorders don't do well at all.
Yeah, that's cryptic. Okay, so pretty much we're at 7 days. 7 days, right? Probability of survival low. That's sad.
And our aircraft, we dropped down to only 50% survived the initial crash. And then we're down to only 25% are alive after 2 days. So that's their survivability curve. That's just looking at time and their chance of survivability. Obviously, there's a lot of other factors that are important. Age is the most important factor, and then average temperature, then the hottest temperature, then the coldest temperature, and so on and so on. We can put all these factors into a computer, and we get another.
And guys, when we're thinking about, urban versus, let me just back this up a little bit. When we're thinking about an urban environment, right, which would be like more of a city atmosphere, as opposed to an environment that is wooded or forested areas. When it comes to wilderness is the word that was used. So when it comes to Sebastian and Devlin both, we know that they're living in an area that's kind of urban, plus there's a lot of wilderness, right? So we have to take that into accountability. Also, terrain, right? Because some of the terrain around Sebastian's house is heavily wooded. Same thing with Devlin. So just pointing that out.
There's a lot of other factors that are important. Age is the most important factor, and then average temperature, then the hottest temperature, then the coldest temperature, and so on and so on. We can put all these factors into a computer, and we get another decision aid tool that is based upon all those factors to show how long somebody could survive. So, snowshoers. What do snowshoers do? They're typically well dressed, and if they planned the outing, they typically do carry equipment. But in the database, what I wound up seeing was a whole lot of spontaneous trips where the snowshoes arrived via the delivery truck and the person just decided to go snowshoeing.
Oh, Lord.
Modern snowshoes certainly do allow inexperienced people to easily use the snowshoes. And if they haven't practiced it and haven't hiked with them before, they quickly realize it's maybe not as easy as they thought. The classic reason why we look for a missing snowshoer is they were lost. And the reason they got lost was it's typically hard to sometimes keep track of the trail. It's quite easy to walk over trails when they're covered with snow. The weather could certainly make it difficult to see the trail. So that's the classic thing. I also saw a lot of people who were overdue because they were out of shape, and it took them a lot longer to walk. So they misestimated the amount of time. Certainly.
And that's one thing with Devlin Tate, I will say, is that he was used to walking. He walked long distances all the time. So, he may not get fatigued as easily as other people, right? Like this guy is saying, people order the snowshoes online. And, for those of you that don't know what a snowshoe looks like, it basically resembles like a tennis racket that people walk around in the snow. God bless them. But in that scenario, people are like, "Oh, I'm going to go out and do that. That looks like fun," and then they end up hurting themselves, out there and or getting lost, or realizing again, like he was saying, it's not as easy as it looked like when people were doing it on YouTube or TikTok, right? Little Miss Sharon says in Australia, in the search for Gus, they used an incredible thing. They did a 20K circle. It picked up every animal and numbered them. Oh, wow. Would have picked up a human as tiny as Gus, but not there. Oh, wow. That's interesting. And was that using like a drone technology, Little Miss Sharon? Well, and they did have a lot of teen searching. Well, we even had teen searching in the beginning for Sebastian Rogers, Sasha, and of course, weighing that risk is huge because we don't want the searchers to get hurt.
They also possible to see avalanches. Otherwise, trauma was pretty rare because if you just fall over in a pair of snowshoes, you just generally fall in snow and get back up. For our missing snowmobilers, it's a whole wide range of experience and a smart thing to do.
Okay, I'm just going to skip ahead a
Then it's
little bit,
hikers,
guys.
then it's despondents.
Because we know he's not in polar
First of all,
domain.
are there external forces that's going to impact what the person did? So if you're in an aircraft, it doesn't matter if you have autism or if you have dementia, or basically you're sitting in an aircraft. So we're going to use the missing aircraft category if an aircraft goes down. If you fall into the water, whether you're a kid or a skier or an angler, you're still in the water, and it's the water that's going to have the significant impacts. If there's no external forces that apply, then we look, is the person on wheels? So this is where the snowmobile would fall into this category. It's probably more important that the person's on a snowmobile than say they had dementia. But if you're not on a snowmobile, then is there a cognitive reason or issue such as substance intoxication? We don't do that out in the woods now, do we? Medical, head injuries, autism, dementia, despondent, mental illness, intellectual disability, all would fall in that cognitive class. If none of those apply,
and obviously, that's the category where we find Devlin, right? Because he does have autism spectrum disorder. So, okay, yeah, I sounded more technical. It did sound a lot more technical because they were kind of pinpointing, a radius, a 20 kilometer radius, right? Yeah. Um, that's interesting, Little Miss Sharon. I think any bit that can help, right? Any little bit that can help. And obviously, when we're dealing with someone who's on the autism spectrum, they can have a little bit younger of an age than their actual age is. And for Devlin, I think that applies where, he was absolutely intelligent, and a judge did deem him okay to take care of himself, but then there was other instances where there was a little bit of a regression in age, right, where he kind of maybe acted like a 16-year-old as opposed to a 18-year-old type of a scenario.
Are we looking for a child? And if it's not a child, then what activity is the person doing? So this is where our hiker and our skier would actually fall into.
And with Devlin and his long distance walking, he might even, coexist in that category of, cognitive disability coupled with his activities, since he was walking and he was said to be going to meet the girlfriend in Vermontville, that sort of thing. Yeah, I'm surprised about the wildlife encounter too, right, Brenda? Because if you're talking rough terrain and especially the colder temperatures and things like that, I would think like bears would come into play, mountain lions, things like that. Even coyotes, those guys can be mean and aggressive.
So speaking of skiers, basically from a search and rescue perspective, we trauma
I'm just gonna skip ahead
in the snow. It's
because
a
we know he
cell
wasn't
phone that
Nordic
will have a
skiing.
satellite. People ski across frozen stuff. Always keep in mind that there may be broken ice, and hopefully it doesn't reseal on the person.
Yikes.
So looking at kind of the future of SAR, a lot of people say, hey, you know, everybody's going to have like this cell phone that will have a satellite connection. So everybody's essentially going to have a beacon, and nobody will get lost anymore.
Okay, well, that's the thing about Devlin's phone is it wasn't working properly at the time of his disappearance. So, you know, this is something that's interesting to include in here because you would think, you know, well, why can't we find Devlin? You know, we know his phone pinged at 11:30, but you know, that ping really throws off everything as well. So, you know, it's not always you know, a fail safe that we think we have.
So I hear that a lot. And I usually say, well, you have evidently not met Mr. Murphy or anything that requires a battery. Those things tend to die. And what we don't seem to be running out is people who do silly things and aren't sort of prepared to actually be out there. Nature doesn't care. The wilderness doesn't care. It just will do to you what it will do to you. So search and rescue is going to be around for a long time. I keep working on better data. I'm always trying to collect better data to make better models. So search and rescue folks can make better decisions. But I can tell you the best thing in the world is prevention. And that's what really saves lives. We get better results. And of course, it took me a whole bunch of people to put together all of this data and collect it and clean it and all those kinds of things. So I thank you for your time, and there's my contact data. I'm happy to take emails. I'm pretty easy to find on the web anyhow. And I think we will open the floor to questions now.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Dr. Kester.
Okay, so that was really interesting, guys. And I think it's going to be more about wilderness hikers and that sort of thing. But I was interested to hear his take when it comes to people on the spectrum, especially because, you know, we have two young men, Sebastian Rogers, who now turned 17, and Devlin Tate, who are out there. And I think it's really important to look at the probabilities in terms of behavior, in terms of which scenario fits best. In both cases, we have a criminal element, in my opinion. That's definitely where I'm more focused. And the reason being is because even law enforcement is saying they're 50-50. Either 50% he hurt himself out there, you know, an accident, or another 50%, which could be foul play. And I'm leaning more towards foul play, which I don't like to lean that way. I would love to say, okay, Devlin's just out there, you know, hiding somewhere. You know, but I want to look at every scenario because I think it's all important. Um, let me play this really quick before we get off of here because I do want to play um the other um or excuse me, the first one that we've played before. Let's see. Oh no, that's that one. Okay, I want to make sure I got the right one. 6 hours ago. Let's see. I'm gonna just plug in Devlin Tate. Or actually, you know what? I could just go to my YouTube. Give me a second here, and let's see. Oh, not from this place. Because this is the first one that we actually saw for Devlin just in the beginning of the week here. So here we go. Let me bring this one up. Okay. And let me share this screen here. just because I want you guys to hear this. And again, we have the Joni Sowers interview that Piper did. And, you know, I think it's worth listening to again if you're more curious about Joni. We did go over it in a live stream as well, just so if you guys wanted to just watch that live with the commentary. But I also have it in a video where you can just listen to it.
It's a missing person mystery that's gripped a West Michigan community and left a hole in its heart. What happened to 18-year-old Devlin Tate? In April, it will be 1 year since Tate, who has disabilities that make him vulnerable, walked through a grocery store parking lot in Ionia County's Lake Odessa and vanished. Tonight, for the first time, the Sheriff's Department is lifting the veil on its investigation and sat down with Target 8 investigator Susan Samples to do it.
Hey, good afternoon. Welcome to Bob's Barn. You're going to be watching Easy Idle String Band. You're going to love these guys.
It's not just the bluegrass that beckons. There's a come-as-you-are camaraderie at Bob's Barn.
See, this place is, nobody complains about anybody.
Everyone's welcome at Bob's Barn Jamboree, where the Sunday concerts are free and the post-show mic open.
Devlin came in one day and he liked the music.
Singing hallelujah.
He did 2 numbers here.
2 songs on 2 Sundays. No one doubted the young relative newcomer would be back.
And this is where the part that when I was recording the one song that the dude was singing, it went black. That's what's been going on with my phone lately, so.
And he had his phone with him all the time.
If you spent any time in the town locals call Laco, you couldn't miss one thread in its fabric, 18-year-old Devlin Tate.
He was constantly walking around, Lake Odessa, visiting his favorite spots, hanging out at McDonald's, going to the laundry, met.
So it looks like I might not even be able to do it because I'm not even able to go to the home screen or nothing. Yep.
Then that day he came up missing.
Ionia County Central Dispatch.
Hi, my name is Sabrina Cook, and my nephew, Devlin Tate, has been gone since 7:30 this morning. Nobody's seen him since 8:15.
Devlin Tate was last seen at 8:15 a.m. the day he disappeared at Carl's Market here in Lake Odessa. Surveillance cameras showed him walking east through the store's parking lot. That video no longer exists because no one thought to save it at the time, thinking Tate may have left voluntarily, either to avoid a court hearing scheduled for the next day, or he had mentioned trying to get to Arizona to live with his birth mom. But in the 10 months since, investigators say there's been no sign of Devlin Tate anywhere, not here, not in Arizona.
Do you feel like he's still alive?
In my heart, no. It's been almost 40 weeks without a word from him, and he would have called Mama.
No activity on his cell phone, no social media. No one's used his food assistance card either, which still has $200 on it.
Sabrina, do you think that he's still with us?
My heart wants to say so. Moving on and losing hope is like giving up on my family. And that was something that I was taught you don't do. You don't give up on family.
The Sheriff's Department isn't giving up either. The earliest lead, a successful phone ping the night Tate went missing, before the cell phone, which deputies never found, stopped responding.
Both phone pings that came back were local. They were near trailer parks. Now, keep in mind, a phone ping is not a precise location.
The ping showed Tate's cell phone bouncing off a tower near the Lakewood Estates mobile home park. For context, that's less than a mile from Carl's Market, the last seen location. Tate lived here with his grandma, aunt, and his aunt's boyfriend, less than a mile from Lakewood Estates via the shortcut Tate was known to take to visit the woman on the other end of this 911 call.
I'm just concerned because he
is a former student in a classroom I worked at, and he comes up periodically and talks to me, but they said that his phone was pinging and they thought he was inside my house. Well, that's a little hard to go to sleep after that. And they never found him, and I'm wondering what's going on.
We've been,
and again, very interesting that they would be putting the phone ping inside. I've not ever heard that, although that's what she's saying in the 911 call.
Interviewed everybody that knew or was familiar with Devlin in the area that the phone ping.
And she was very adamant to tell Piper that Devlin would come to visit her periodically, a couple of times, maybe even 3 times a week, but she never let him in the house. And that was not asked previously.
None are suspects, and neither is Tate's family, which was investigated early on, says Undersheriff Andrew Buchholz. No confirmed sightings of Tate either, despite the community's efforts.
What's the likelihood that somebody's going to stumble across his body this spring in Ionia County?
Unfortunately, and the likelihood is there, whether that's accidental, whether it's foul play.
Investigators put the odds of accidental versus foul play at 50-50, saying they simply have no evidence leaning either way, despite endless and sometimes incendiary speculation online and on the street.
I've been in this town for 28 years, and people were literally looking at me as if I was disgusting to them, as if I did something wrong.
Tate's
And, I will say that I think that part of that was to do with the reward. We all know about the reward here, that Sabrina had taken some of the reward in order to pay for her truck to be fixed. And so I think that was more to do with that than, them thinking that Sabrina had something to do with the disappearance. That's my speculation, just in my opinion. Hello, KJ Mac. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Good to see you. So that's just my take on things, again, because I would feel bad about that had it not been for, other circumstances.
Family hopes he's holed up with someone who's helping him. And even though they are not considered suspects,
They have volunteered to take polygraphs. We're getting them set up with polygraphs.
I don't have nothing to hide.
Why are you sitting down for an interview about Devlin Tate's disappearance now?
A couple of reasons. One is to make sure that people still are aware that Devlin is missing, that we're not giving up hope. The other thing is to get rid of any misconceptions.
the Sheriff's Department says if you think you know something, go to them, not social media. That is how you can help Devlin Tate take the stage again.
He liked music, and if he is alive, I believe that they'll find him by looking where there's music.
Where do you guys think he is?
I have no clue. I hope he's safe wherever he's at. I hope he's still alive.
Okay, so, that's the end of that there. And, I think we're going to have more unfolding as we have Susan Samples, who is on the case, right? And then we're going to find out more information once the polygraph tests are being taken. That is one of the big things that I'm waiting for. Hey, Joe, good to see you. Sasha says that really helps a lot because it indicates that Sebastian would have been found and Devlin would have been found walking in circles if lost. I mean, I'm grateful for the information, Sasha. I think it helps tremendously to understand, what behaviors have happened historically, statistically in these cases. I think it says a lot, definitely. And, especially with Sebastian, them saying that he left without shoes in the middle of the night, that area just isn't going to accommodate those, those circumstances. So I hope the story does generate leads. Brenda, Devlin, he just doesn't get the type of coverage because he's older. I believe that to be the case, right? And then also transitioning from Facebook to YouTube has been interesting as well. I would really like to do more of a dual live stream on Devlin, and see if maybe we can run it on Facebook. See if we can get some people over to YouTube to watch over here, because I don't think a lot of people have seen Mr. and Mrs. E's coverage or Crime Time Buzz's coverage, which I thought both were wonderful, and very helpful in Devlin's case to understand. I also think that I should work on getting together, a small documentary like I was talking about before, and that could really help boost some awareness, and maybe even send it over to Susan Samples, see what she has to say. Get a hold of maybe even Robert Kester over here and see what he has to say about it as well. Email him a link, and just see if it changes what his outcome is when he runs it through his, into his computer software, right? Because he seems to have kind of cornered the market on that software that's, really pulling in all of this historic data and statistics. And I think it's important to look at that. I would love for him to look at Sebastian's case and just let us know what he thinks there. It could be overwhelming, So, hey, all that is unseen. Good to see you. No, I've only been on for 3.5 hours. No, I'm just kidding. No, I wanted to come back on live about Devlin because we had some breaking news in his case. The local news is covering his case and, going over some of the scenarios. Good morning, Faye. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Little Miss Sharon says, I can't see where to share ABC News Australia, Gus Lamont police press conference. You'll have to Google it and look. I will, Little Miss Sharon. That would be an interesting case to talk about as well. I know that you're always giving us updates on little Gus, and I've never really looked into his case, and I should. I think that it's so important to get the coverage out. Especially when we have people that have been missing for so long. Um, I know, Joe. Joe's really excited about the polys. I am too. I can't lie, because I do not want to put the family through any unnecessary scrutiny, right? Look, they definitely came out, and Brenda, I'm with you. They came out. They were honest about what was going on. Some of it was a little haphazard, in my opinion. Where they really didn't understand, what they were putting out, but they were honest about it. And so, I've stood firm on the fact that I don't believe that Devlin was treated very nicely, but I don't want to get too hung up on that either. I want to keep it to where we're, looking at every likely scenario in order to try to find him, and Adam's mom, Tina, is very much on that page where she's like, let's explore some other options. Her and I have stayed up or, talked back and forth about the possibilities that, Devlin could have been in the water and just hung up under, a rock or a crevice or something like that. Tree limbs, different things, and scenarios of that nature. And I think that that's smart to look everywhere. Um, I have to say it's been a very melancholy feeling talking with the family about these new news stories that have come out. And I think a lot of it just has to do with that 50-50. It's lowering the chances of Devlin being found safe when he's been missing for so long. And that's really hard. And it is weighing on the family. If we can get that polygraph out of the way, and move on to other possibilities, I just think the sooner the better. So I'm looking forward to that myself. I think it's very important. Um, it'll just really help out a lot. Now, some people aren't gonna, you know, accept that either. Let's just be honest. Some people aren't going to accept that either. But I think it's important for us, even moving forward, to at least make up our minds whether we believe it, we don't, or what have you. Um, Oh, Brenda says I commented recently on Mr. and Mrs. E's about the police thinking Devlin was just dodging his court date, so they didn't take it too seriously in the beginning. And Mr. E agreed with me. Yeah, I really value the opinion of Mr. and Mrs. E and Aunt E. I think they do a wonderful job. They do fair and honest reporting. They do research. Um, you know, I think that it's just right there, and the fact that they're admitting some of this stuff, it gives me, not Mr. and Mrs. E, I'm talking about law enforcement now, but the fact that that law enforcement is coming out admitting, look, we didn't grab that footage like we should have. We really thought he was just kind of skating out for court, dodging, for court, like you're saying, Brenda, and as frustrated as I am with them not saving that or preserving that, because I know the family shares that frustration as well, especially like Tina and I were talking about it specifically. Um, the fact that they're willing to come out and admit that, it gives me an equal respect, if that makes sense. It doesn't make me feel any better that the footage isn't out there, where we need it to be. Um, Yes, Faye, they are. They are coming soon. Coming soon to a Lady Freedom's Run narratives to you guys now. Well, and I expect that um, they'll be happy to share those results if they're a pass. You know what I'm saying? Because it will change a lot. And I'm with you, Faye and Joe. I do want to see that, Um The only record that I know of for Will is that he was behind on child support payments, because that's why he was picked up. I did confirm that, Um, Oh, All That Is Unseen says, I got caught under a floating dock when I was young. Oh my gosh, that's scary. Luckily, I was a good swimmer and I could hold my breath longer than most. Getting caught is possible. Yeah, I think so too. All That Is Unseen, and I'm the same way. I'm a really good swimmer, and I used to practice holding my breath. And I mean, I used to get up to like almost 2 minutes and scare the, daylights out of my mom. She'd be like, don't just lay in the pool like that, but I just like lay on my stomach and float and see how many seconds I could count in my head, before I passed out. No, but, um, I mean, that helps tremendously. See, that's what worries me about Devlin, is he wasn't the best swimmer, right? Because I've heard different stories about Devlin that, he was afraid of water. He wasn't really afraid of water. It was more of a sensory issue. But then again, he just wasn't too keen on the water, I mean, it wasn't something that he enjoyed. Even growing up in that area where it's, lakes and creeks all over. So, yeah, it's just so unfortunate. Oh, thank you, little Miss Sharon, so much for your super sticker. I really appreciate that. I appreciate you guys being here with me for Devlin's case, because I know it's a lot to take in. And, especially now that we're kind of changing over the names of people. Little Miss Sharon, you've been here the whole time. I know a lot of you guys, Brenda, Joe, Faye, all of our friends, we've been on this case, right? And it's like when now that we've gotten everybody, uh, with who we think they are, to Devlin, now they're changing it. So, but that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Again, there's just so many unknowns. There's a lot of pain in this family. There's a lot of circumstances that are just, you know, not the norm, you know, but I believe that law enforcement is looking at it through a different scope now, which I'm glad, or a different pair of glasses. It seems to me that their investigation has definitely shifted over to the possibility of foul play, which would put it criminal, right? So I think that is warranted. Um, and I think that that's a good next step for the family to just, get them out of the way in terms of being a suspect, especially in the court of public opinion. Brenda Calvert says, I just watched police body cam video where an autistic teen was missing for 2 years, and the mom saw him at a convenience store with a car full of thugs holding him against his will. See, Brenda, and that's what I was saying. What was so weird when I was telling the ladies at the pool this. One of the ladies said that the same thing happened to her son, that they had met like as a roommate. You know how sometimes instead of a job board, they'll have like a roommate board where you can go in there and, advertise that you're looking for a roommate. And that's what her son did. He responded to one of those, and next thing you know, he gets to the house and they're taking everything that he owns, all of his identification, and holding him against his will. It's just scary out there, and people, predators are, out there. So, yeah, if not, he will soon face confident. And I can't say that I'm 100% anyway either, Faye, because I just don't have um the evidence to back that up. As soon as I do, I would change my way of thinking, to follow the facts and clues. But up until this point, we've kind of been left in the dark about a lot of situations. Even that there was footage of Devlin, and a lot of people were telling me there's no footage. I'm telling you, there's no footage. Then people were telling me, I'm telling you, I've seen the footage, or I know someone who has. Now we know that there were people that actually saw the footage, but they did not keep it, So, thank you. Thanks, Joe. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Well, I'm glad that I have you guys listening in and caring so much about Devlin, because he needs the people wondering about him. Oh no, I'm so glad you're back, Bo. Thank you for being here. I'm probably gonna wrap it up here soon. Bo, thank you. Happy Valentine's Day to you too. That's sweet. Thank you. Um Anything is for Will as a minor, typically those records are sealed for juvie, like if he was in juvie before or something like that. Um, I will say Will does come off as rough. He really does. Now, of course, I've seen pictures of him and Sabrina, and he looks like a love dove. But I mean, that was when they were dating and first dating and stuff. But other than that, it yeah, I mean, it's kind of up in the air, because I did hear him in the background when she was up on panel. He didn't want her talking anymore. So of course, I felt a certain type of way about that. But then again, Sabrina was willing to send me over a picture of Will on May 7th. It was the one that was in question with the scratches and stuff on his face, or I saw the one on his nose that looked older. And you know, I mean, I'm still up in the air, because like I said, um, usually people don't mind talking to you if they're trying to kind of show you that they're innocent type of a thing. So, yeah, it is very sad, and it's frustrating, all that is unseen. Yeah, I agree. Just to have a young man's life cut short, it's um unrealized potential. Well, and Devlin just was, a joy to be around. And I love that in the end of that news clip that his friends over at Bob's were like, "Hey, follow the music. That's where Devlin will be, right?" Because that's a big part of who Devlin is. And for them to recognize that and to treat him so nicely, it's much appreciated. For them to have kept that footage so we can see Devlin in action, so we can see his mannerisms, hear his voice, how he talks. Though that is so valuable in figuring out what could have happened to Devlin, because the behaviors are key, in my opinion, right? So I guess, the takeaway for tonight would be, investigating a case. We need to find out the where, why, when, and how. We need to find out means, motive, and opportunity. But when we're looking for a missing person, we really need to understand the individual and their behaviors and how that factors into what they may or may not have done. For instance, if somebody absolutely doesn't like to walk out of the house without shoes on, and all of a sudden one night they just vanish without any shoes, that's not typical. That's a big red flag. I guess you guys know I'm talking about Sebastian Rogers. The same thing goes for Devlin, though. I mean, if we know that it's not like him to take an unfamiliar route, and his phone was pinged in an unfamiliar place, then we know that maybe somebody took him there, right? But we don't have that. We have Devlin in a familiar place around 11:30 p.m. phone ping. So, the mom blocked their car in and called the police. It was wild. Oh my gosh, poor guy had marks and bruises all over his body. That is so sad, Brenda. I have not heard about that. And that's the thing where I don't ever want to ever take the hope away from families. So I'm always telling uh Tamara, I'm always saying, keep your head up, keep your head up, keep your head up. Don't um especially because they have been getting a lot of flack, and I understand that. It's some of it's rightfully so, but then some of it's unnecessary, in my opinion. Once we get the story out there and we've established, how things were, to harp on it is not helping, right? If we put it out there and we discuss it, and we do consider it, right? I'm not saying throw it out, don't even think about it again. No, definitely keep that. But let's explore other options. I think that's important. So, that's a great question. All that is unseen. Did anyone ever interview his peers? Sometimes they hear things and know things. So, to the best of my knowledge, they did interview several of his peers. I think that there was an open relationship a little bit with Tamara and Devlin's, quote unquote girlfriend in Vermontville, but then her mom put the kibosh on that, and I still don't know why. Um, so, but she did. Um, so, that's another spot or an area of interest, in my opinion. I did talk with a young person of Devlin's, a good friend of Devlin's, who he would check in with a lot. Um, and she said it was just very unlike him to not call anyone. She also told me that Devlin had a very strict routine, that the routes he took were typically the routes he would go and he would take, right? He didn't deviate from them very often. She said that Devlin enjoyed walking, though, and he would maybe have a new route that he would take if there was something on the way that he liked. She said that Devlin, like many other people, was a very sweet and caring person, but he also appreciated the little things in life, right? That some other people may not find or appreciate. And, it breaks my heart because a very good, sweet friend of his, that misses him dearly. And, it's just unfortunate that he's been missing for this long. I'm glad there's a renewal of information in his case, and I'm glad that law enforcement is feeling the need to share certain details with the public in order to help. I'm so grateful for that. And Faye says, it's like CP's evidence lost, no medical examiner to those scratches. That's the most frustrating when LE messes up the first 48 hours. I agree with that. I think operating off of one assumption or another is, absolutely what not to do. Right? I mean, and we've just seen it happen over and over. We can't always take what the family says as face value either, especially as these younger people are getting older. We don't always know what they're going to do, especially in Devlin's case, right? Because he was 18, emancipated, adult. I put that in air quotes, right? Because um we all think we're grown when we're 18. Just because the government tells us we're grown doesn't make us grown. Especially with Devlin's situation where he does have the cognitive difference, in having the autism spectrum disorder, especially, the fact that he's high functioning, brings a lot into play too, because again, that's where we need to look at him as an individual and not so much with, um, an individual with, autism spectrum disorder. So, um, yeah, well, that's true. That's true. Serious crimes as a minor aren't expunged. Yeah. He'd have sealed documents. I mean, I've tried to look at all the public information and I couldn't find anything there unless, it was out of a different area because of course I was searching Michigan courts. Now, if you lived in another area, that could have actually been, something that's been missed, you know. Sasha says that if they thought the phone was pinging inside the parapro's house, why, when he had a warrant the next day, why didn't they just search her home immediately? I don't know. And she was acting really flighty too, Sasha. It's like she didn't want to let them in. I mean, I would have let them come in and search my house if I had nothing to hide. Hello, IML. Thank you for the blue and the green hearts. Thank you. Depends on the state, Joe. Yeah, I mean, he could have lived in a different state as well. I mean, he could have lived in a different area, a different county that I didn't do a search in. Um, that's very true. Very, very true. I think, well, Will, I asked Tamara, I did. I said, is Will going to take a poly too? I was just curious, and she said, yes, he's planning on taking one. And I've heard from the very beginning, when that information was released, that they are all three. Now, do I think there needs to be four? Yes, I do. I do. I do think that there needs to be a fourth polygraph, and I think that needs to be Joni. The fact that the police released that 911 call from Joni was the most interesting piece of um, that news coverage that we watched in the beginning. So, hey, IML. Yeah, that's a good distinction about other locations. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Now we're learning that Devlin had plans to meet. Now, I've never heard that from the family, but that could have been information that was pulled from Devlin's phone where they saw they saw that Devlin was on track to go visit a girlfriend, right? There could have been some private text messages no one else was, aware of, that could have led law enforcement to the conclusion that Devlin was, set to meet up with a girl in Vermontville. I don't want to call Devlin's girlfriend, um, or previous girlfriend aggressive, but I will say that you could tell that she cares a great deal and, seems to love Devlin a lot. So I don't know that Devlin would be seeing a girl in that area other than her. But I can't put it past him either because he's a young man. He might have been heartbroken over the fact that, he could no longer be with Marie anymore. Um, and again, that was because, he had turned 18 and she was still 16. There was also some talk back and forth that, her mother didn't appreciate Devlin having the charges that he had. And so when she found out about that, she put the kibosh on that relationship. I haven't really gotten, an answer either way on that, but it could have been a multitude of different things, right? It could have been a lot of different factors. And her mother just said, hey, I got to make an executive decision here. I'm your mom. I don't think that it's good for you to be with this young man. As that happens, parents are put into that situation. And, I don't know what the best answer is there. I think it just depends on, um, whatever is, the parent sees fit. Sometimes it can push kids to get together, right? More so. Then it can, keep them apart, so to speak, because, when you're young, you think you know everything. And if your mom says, I don't want you seeing him, you're like, I'm going to see him anyway, it happens, right? But in this situation, I wonder if something could have happened there where Devlin was caught with her and he wasn't supposed to be. That's what scares me. And then did somebody come over there and fake the phone ping, right? To fake everybody out. um Again, stranger things have happened. So hello, Kylie's nail candy, good to see you, thanks for coming in. And yeah, absolutely, all that is unseen, I do, I think that I'm not trying to be silly, but I mean, really, fourth poly, I mean, now I'm definitely more interested. And again, like I said, I kept Joni in the background. I was thinking maybe she was being set up by Sabrina. I mean, I was thinking, why did the phone ping exactly where Sabrina sent, the law enforcement officers? But, Devlin did frequent there, from Joni's own words, a couple of times a week. He would visit frequently. And that had been going on for quite a while. So, but who else would know about that, right? Who else would know, or, who else would kind of frame Joni? And then why is Joni so paranoid? That's another thing that's kind of weird about that. Because she was not acting in character for um a teacher student role. In my opinion, there were some boundaries that were being crossed. Um, Whether it stopped there or there's more to it, it just really is a mystery at this point. But again, I think the more that we kind of put the puzzle pieces together, the more we're going to figure it out. And I'm so grateful that they're giving us at least a little bit more to kind of, figure this out instead of just leaving us to our own devices, right? Idle hands are the devil's plaything. When they call that, is that the quote? Joe. So Joni is Devlin's parapro, and I did a couple lives back. It was a daytime live. You could check it out, or you can listen to her full interview without my commentary. But it was the interview with Piper where she does a call in with Joni and she asks her questions about their relationship. Pertaining to Devlin and Joni, his parapro from middle school. And, just to kind of put it out there, the story goes that Joni was a teacher's aide for Devlin in middle school. She ended up moving to Lake Odessa, right? Because he was going to school in Hastings at that time. And that's how she knew Devlin. Devlin knew what she drove to school because they could see the parking lot from their classroom. And Devlin identified her car. And he ended up, seeing her in the trailer park. And then he would, frequently stop over and say hello to her. Now, this is an uncommon behavior for Devlin because Devlin likes to stop over and check in on people all the time. Right? He's just one of those kids that is very social, and once he comes in, he's a buddy of yours, and he checks on you. He's going to keep checking on you. So yeah, I think anybody that refuses a poly is highly suspicious. Absolutely. Absolutely. it's taken time for some of these details to unfold. Yeah, I didn't keep up, but only heard sparse details from time to time. Yeah, all that is unseen. This is a very interesting story. There is a lot of information. Um, and I started a playlist for Devlin, but I also kind of intertwined some of it with, we did Devlin / Sebastian and that sort of thing. But I'm really wanting to kind of compile all this information and get it into, you know, kind of a little bit of a mockumentary or documentary style, where it just kind of goes over this sequence of events, especially now that law enforcement is coming out and confirming some of these details. It makes it easier, for me to be able to compile that, because there's just been so much, right? And especially even on Facebook, the chatter, the accusations, the back and forth, the feeling by the family that they had to defend themselves. But then again, that could be, again, a multitude of factors could be at play. Maybe they didn't have anything to do with it, but they're defensive, right? Because they didn't have anything to do with it, or they're defensive because they did. But I also want to look at more options than just, again, because we can be, frustrated with law enforcement for doing just that. So I don't want to just stick in one spot either. I want to look at everything. I want to look at Devlin's girlfriend in Vermontville. No, I'm just kidding. She is a minor, so we have to take it easy. But the fact that he was going to meet someone in Vermontville raises big red flags to me. Julian is not taking a polygraph. Joe, stop it. Oh Lord, that little one. We got to leave him out of this. But no, and that's the thing. I think that if something would have happened in front of a little guy like that, he would have said something. You know, um, it would have came out. That's just my opinion. So, yeah, he seems like a very nice kid. He was just going through so much, Kylie. That's the thing that worries me about Devlin's case, is that he was just going through a tremendous amount of pain, of, reconciliation, redemption, because he was in trouble, for some things. And I think he was really trying to find his way in this world. And I think he was really trying to find a support system. And I just think that, um, a lot of this was a little too little too late, right? Where if they would have gotten Devlin the type of resources he was in very desperate need of in the very beginning when he turned 18, some of this could have been avoided, right? He could have maybe had his own little efficiency apartment or a studio where he would feel comfortable and he could kind of do his own thing and learn more responsibility on that level. Because I think there was a lot of butting heads, right? Especially with him and Sabrina. And I think that, like, the fact that Devlin was understanding that him and Sabrina weren't that far away in age, he was kind of like, hey, let me do my own thing, right? And maybe there was some pushback because, I will say that Sabrina seemed like she felt very responsible for Devlin. And I don't know whether that was a good or bad thing. I do know that there were some indications from Devlin that he was feeling like Sabrina wanted to have control over him and his finances. And again, I think that was a part of them butting heads. Whether Sabrina was doing it out of love and care for Devlin, probably so, but maybe not. And so that's where we have kind of, left with um Sabrina and Devlin's relationship, because there was a lot of turmoil there. But that there was a lot of turmoil between him and his biological mother. There was some turmoil between him and his adoptive mother. His adoptive father had passed away, and Devlin didn't know who his real biological father was, because it was really left to three different men. And again, I wish I could help out with that. I just can't. I can't give the answers to who Devlin's biological father is. But if I'm looking at features and I'm looking at Devlin and looking at Jessica and looking at all of the possible fathers, I think that Devlin looks the most like Tim Hatfield. And I think Devlin takes after the Tate family um, very much. And so I think it's a very strong possibility. And especially since the news has turned over saying that he was adopted by his great grandmother, which is Sandra. Then he was living with his grandma, who is Tamra, right? Because Tamra's Will's, or excuse me, because Tamra is um, Timothy Hatfield's mother, right? And then that would make Sabrina his aunt because she's calling him the nephew now. Um, which that wasn't always the case. She was kind of going back and forth. And so I think that, there's a strong possibility that Tim Hatfield is his father. But of course, I don't know that for sure. And there's no way to really know that because now Devlin's missing. But I know that that was probably a very big part of a struggle for Devlin. Thanks, thank you. All that is unseen. It was a lot of turmoil that was in the family, and you know, um, it wasn't necessarily anyone's fault. It was just a lot of frustration and hurt and pain and history, involved there. Because Devlin's biological mother comes back into the picture, and there was many times where she was, lying to the family and telling big lies like, "Oh, I have leukemia," that kind of lie, right? And that was hurtful towards Devlin and the family because that's how they lost Bill, was to cancer. And so again, it's just there was a lot happening. But we're going to keep on top of Devlin's case, and I hope that you guys will learn something even to apply to some of these other cases with the expert that we had kind of reviewed tonight. And again, a huge shout out to Robert Kester. And also I want to see if I can't find that book that he has written about people on the spectrum, right? Searching for people who are on the spectrum. I'm going to look a little bit more into that as well. Um, so because I think that could really be helpful in finding um some of these missing children that are on the spectrum that didn't go to the water, right? We have so much research on children who are on the spectrum, or young individuals who are on the spectrum and then they just go to the water. But what about the ones that don't? What about the people that are higher functioning? I want to know more statistically where we can find those people. And I cringe because I think that a lot of it is parental or of a caregiver nature, right? That they had something to do with it. If it wasn't a wandering, right? Or if it wasn't something that the person on the spectrum just, decided to leave, right? Because of sensory overload or something like that. What is the other, what are the other alternatives? So I'd love to kind of get more into that, as we go along. Um, so I will see you guys tomorrow night. I'm not going to probably do a day show because I have some things planned during the day that I have to get done in order for my trip to Tennessee. So I'll be on location for the Gathering of Voices. I urge everyone that can show up, show up. I would urge you guys, if you can't show up and you want to send a special message to Sebastian or Seth even, to please send an email to me about that. And all I'm asking for is just positive, loving vibes, right? Nothing negative towards Chris and Katie. They're not going to be there anyway. They don't matter. Who matters is Sebastian. And so I just want it to be really special, something that, Seth can look at and say, wow, that makes me feel really good, right? That makes my heart feel good. I just want him to feel loved and supported. And if Sebastian's watching, I want him to feel loved and supported too. The same thing goes with Devlin, time changes things, and especially if Devlin is out there hiding somewhere or if he is evading the law. you know, I hope he would reconsider, you know, coming back to his family, who does love him, and, you know, making that right, and, you know, going through the proper steps, and, um, you know, hopefully it'd be, completely different this time around. So, um, anyway, I love you guys so very, very, very much. And thank you all for being here with me tonight. Thank you, Bo, and thank you, little Miss Sharon. Oh, thanks, all that is unseen. Love to everyone. And I will see you guys tomorrow night. If not, I may take off tomorrow and do a Sunday show, but I will let you guys know in the community posts. All right, guys, you all have a wonderful rest of your day, and I hope you all have a lovely Valentine's Day and do something nice for yourself, or whatever it is that you're gonna do. All right, guys, I'll see you next time.